is just going to be played anyway. So here's the thing. He's in the space station saying, "Oh, I was in Iraq. I was in Afghanistan. And you don't understand the villages I burnt down and the men that I disfigured that they were crying." Who talks like that, dude? Stop fucking watching Rambo movies, dude. Like, you fucking idiots. You're a cuck. That's all
All he knows our space has been super chill and fun for the last week. It's been a nice space, man. It really is drama free. I swear to God, it's totally drama free.
Okay.
Like we have been sitting in the middle of all this shit, and we have not gone there. We don't talk shit about people. You know how I handled Brad today? He came in the room. I noticed he was there. Didn't say shit about him. Not gonna bring him up. I'm not gonna say shit, right? Then John Kitover starts talking shit about him. So we told John Kitover to stop. He kept doing it. So we kicked John Kitover down to the audience. And then Brad managed to get up to the audience. Someone brought him up. I don't know, me. And immediately he starts attacking me and a bunch of fucking people. And so I kicked him down to the audience and I kicked him out of the fucking room. And I'm like, we're not going to talk about Brad, but we're not going to let him sit here and fucking attack us either. Fuck him.
Well,
that's what I did. So we didn't talk about him. We didn't talk about him before. We didn't talk about him after. We kicked out John for talking about him. We don't talk about fucking people, period. Not if they're not there. We don't talk about them, period.
Let me just jump in for a second, Mike. And you and I will have a conversation offline because I like you and I respect you and I consider you a friend. I know some of you people have a hard time believing that we can make friends off this app, but I've been lucky and I got Mike as a friend. But so this house is different. This is not healthy debates.
Yeah.
Nobody has filters. Say what you want to say. I don't give a fuck. If you're offensive, if you're disrespectful, you get moved. That's it. But, like I said, this is not healthy debates. There's no Jewish coming after anybody in here. I don't give a fuck if they do. I used that term earlier, and I can't tell you how one person got offended because they said the Jewish mafia. Well, when you act like a fucking mob, like a mob boss, you're a mafia. So, and then we got into the conversation, about Jews and blacks. And I don't know where that division happened along the way. But I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. So I got a room. I'm going to be pinging people in. Let me say hello to Ash, Steve, Igor, Kagdila, how you doing? Rinman, James, Tamara, Caleb, how you doing, Rabbi? Always a pleasure to see you. Joe, Daisy, Tony, and of course, our favorite, Anonymous. We got Anonymous here. So I'm going to bet one is KK and one is Pepe. Just my opinion. I could be wrong. What's up there, Holly?
Hey, y'all. Hope everyone's having a good night.
Hey, y'all. Certainty was good. I didn't hear you if you spoke, bro. Yeah, you're going to have to leave and come back. Can't hear you. We got Uncle Steve in the house. We got Hakeem just got in. I think it's going to be a good conversation. I'm going to be pinging people in. Certainly, can you speak or no? Yeah, I can't hear you, dude. At all. Yeah, dude, you may have to leave the app and come back.
He ain't going to bring me up.
Because I can't, unless it's your connection. So I'm pinging people in. Guys, if you're on stage, please ping people in. I'm going to be running this house a little differently than Healthy Debates. So, and I got some smoke for somebody in Healthy Debates. I'm going to bring that up tonight. The Jewish Mafia.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
I can hear you now. How you doing?
I'm good. How you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling great.
I got these damn sensors off on my phone so that no one can get into it. I had my developer options on, so it wouldn't let my Bluetooth.
Hey, Johnny, I don't give a fuck if it's a slur.
So
I'm a
Italian
Jew,
mafia.
and I'm saying it. How about that? I'm saying it, John. If you have an issue, you can leave. I could care less. I'm telling you my experience, what my experience has been, right? You got certain gatekeepers who want to gatekeep the Jewish community, telling me only their narrative on how Jews should move is the right narrative. Well, this is what I say. Fuck that and fuck them. So when you're streaming this, make sure you get that part in. What's up, Adams?
What's up, JB? How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. A very good conversation with Mr. Roger Mayhem, aka Mojo.
Did you tell him I said hello? I hope he's well.
He's doing fantastic. Yeah. So anyway, man, we were having this conversation earlier today about just seems that, and from what I understand, it's just on this app, right? I don't think black people walk around talking about Jewish people. Right? I think black people have their own issues, and I know from what in my community, my part of the world, Jews don't talk about blacks. They don't talk about anybody but other Jews. So that's just my opinion. I want to have this conversation why there's so much animosity between the two communities on this app. Why is there so much? And I want to keep a real anti-Semitism. Just because somebody's Jewish, they automatically hate it. You know, I want to understand that. So if you're on stage, let's what's up, Maya? Long time no see. Dan, how you doing? Daisy, Curtis, Magic guys, catching your tickets. If you're on stage, ping people in. I just opened the room. What's up, Tommy? Let me ping some people and let's get the conversation started. Like I said, guys, this is not healthy debates, right? Healthy debates where you're going to get tone checked. This here is community conversations and collaboration. Say whatever you want to say as long as you're respectful.
Jay.
What's up, Ren?
So, are we talking about the friction between the Jewish community and the African American community, things like the Crown Heights riots and things like that? Or are we talking in a general sense, like what is causing this friction? Or?
Well, what do you think? I don't understand why there's friction. Because in my opinion, these communities are very similar. There's a lot of similarities between these communities. And I don't want to do respect. I'm not doing an impression Olympics. I'm just trying to get clarity of why there's so much hate coming out of one community towards another.
Yeah, I feel you, Jay. I don't know. I wish I.
So, certainly, man, I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to pay for your internet bill because your internet sucks. I can't hear shit you're saying.
Does it go back to the entertainment industry, JB?
Well, we all heard the narrative that Jews own the media, Jews own the banks. I don't own any of that. I wish I did. But, yeah. So we have a question in the chat from Daisy Allen. Wait, which community are you saying hates the other? I'm not saying in real life, Daisy, that the black community hates the Jewish community. I'm just saying what I've seen on this app. And the level of hate is just next level to me. And I don't understand it.
Well, can I offer up a possible explanation as to why? Do you remember Donald Sterling?
Yeah, the clip is on.
Yeah, he got a President's Award for the NAACP, wanted to build bridges between two communities. And, as quickly as he wanted to give that perception, he was caught saying disparaging things about black people on recording that resulted in him being forced to sell the team. And that's kind of what I feel like a lot of people have run into having this conversation on social media, because I really don't believe that this is a horrible issue in real life between the two communities. I really believe that it's amplified by social media. You have people who have garnered support, in asking for there to be a recognition in the abridging of two communities. And when they have received said support, they then turn around and support actors who look to create a demise against the same community that you asked for support from. So I feel like even looking at the behaviors and the typical usual suspects on this app, I can kind of see how the waters have become muddy and people, just kind of talking at each other and saying what is nicely said in the moment, but not actually living in a way that's consistent with that said community support.
Well, one of the things that confuses me, Adams, and let's keep it real, no filters, right? Is the support that I see from the black community. And I'm not saying, hey, listen, if it don't apply, people, let it fly. Let it fly. Let it go, Bertie. About the support for Gazans, Palestinians, right? All of a sudden, they want to support him. Like people like Lonzo. And I think it's funny people like Lonzo, right? Because he's a gay black man. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But if he stepped off a plane in Gaza, he'd be shot in 3 seconds. There would be no dialogue. They'd put a bullet in his head. That's it. But they want to stand up for the Palestinians. Somebody make that sense.
So when you look at the psychology behind a lot of the loudest voices in the pro-Gaza movement, you're looking at black people that if they are educated in their generation for which they're speaking, that's one thing. But a lot of them have not really been too far removed from poverty. And a lot of them are some amongst the few that have been actually formally educated, in their families and in the ilk that they hang out with. So I feel like you're not necessarily having a conversation with people that can separate their own individual gripes, from the actual geopolitical issue at hand.
Sorry, I've been pinging people in. I don't know, bro. I think that something happened after October 7th where, in this country especially, anti-Semitism has become normalized. When people would just whisper under their breath, oh, look at the Jew, look at the curls, look at the yarmulke, right? Now they say it out in the open. They don't give a fuck because it's become normalized. And it doesn't make sense to me. But like I said, my experience on this app, man, I've seen more hate from the black community, not all black community, but certain segments of the black community towards Jewish people than even the Arab community. And that kind of surprises me just a smidge.
Well, to the title, on a personal level, I never speak on the Jewish community, but I have definitely seen on a corporate level that speaking on them at all, if you're not a part of the community, even if it's dialogue to the title, folks don't take too fond to that, and there can definitely be repercussions, which I think is disappointing because if someone is incorrect when they're discussing a subject, if you know better, why not educate?
I agree, and I'll tell you this. I love the people that come up on stages and they try to change history. History is what it is. I'm going to say something that's very polarizing. This is going to trigger a lot of people. But Jews were slaves before anybody else. They were slaves back in Egypt. They helped build the pyramids. It's true. It's in the Bible. It's in the Torah. But if you say that to certain people, they're like, wait a second. Because you said Jews were slaves, that makes our slavery less. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that our communities have run parallel histories, and we also had the Holocaust. So the hate, I don't understand. Let me welcome ODM. How you doing, ODM?
I'm doing fine. I like to listen for a minute, and then when you give me, a turn, I'll chime in. But I do have an opinion on the matter.
So one of the reasons, Jay, why I brought up, the generational removal from poverty and how that plays into people's opinions in the black community about Jewish people, the ones that you see complaining the most within the black community otherwise don't have skills or resources to remove themselves out of their socioeconomic position, whether there were Jewish people there or not. So for that reason, I feel like they latch on to a narrative of giving themselves a crutch as opposed to mechanically provide for their situations and otherwise educating themselves or getting off a clubhouse and getting a job.
Yeah, but see, Adams, I disagree with you. I think everybody has the ability to lift themselves up. I do. Black, white, purple, don't matter. But we also have systems in place in America America has become a welfare state. And once you're in that system, it's almost hard to get out of. And I believe the welfare state was cultivated to keep the black community down. That's my opinion. Let me welcome Daisy to the stage. How you doing, Daisy? Daisy.
I'm sorry. Hi.
My opinion's stupid. Okay.
No,
Make me
no,
smoke.
I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you.
It's okay. I don't want any smoke. If I said something stupid, I want to learn. Somebody teach
No,
me.
I didn't hear you say anything stupid, but the tone, the tonality, and the statements that Slipper, whatever it is making, is very offensive, and you're not going to get to any resolve when you're intentionally trying to trigger and insult people. To make an emphatic statement, whether opinion or not, that people who are making disparaging, quote unquote disparaging statements are because they are essentially impoverished and uneducated. That's not true. It's not necessarily true, and especially when you make those statements directed at an entire community, it just makes you look foolish. So that was something that irritated me that I heard, and I just feel like you're not going to get into any real resolve when you have people who have an intention of being inflammatory.
Well, what if I told you he was part of the black community?
That doesn't mean you have plenty of people from the not plenty, but you do have some folks from the black community that take an elitist position, forgetting that it's their blackness that makes them have be cursed in America, which is steeped in its racism. So I wouldn't be surprised if it were a black person, but that doesn't remove my argument. The intention is still there based on what I heard.
Adams, do you want to have a discussion with this young lady or no?
I mean, my intention was to speak to the question, and my intention was to draw a correlation between the loudest voice that we hear holding discussions on these issues, the lack of time that they actually put forth in changing their socioeconomic circumstances, and drawing a correlation between who cries the loudest and their removal from generational poverty. I don't see how that's something that's triggering.
Well, I explained it. And unless you've actually identified these specific individuals and then looked into their history to be able to determine what their socioeconomic status as well as education is, I think it's pretty ignorant to just make a blanketed statement like that. And whether you're part of the black community or not, when you make said statements, they're interpreted a certain way and they're irresponsible. And it's not a reasonable conclusion because from what I hear, you have not done said analysis because you haven't even identified specific people. So it just sounds crazy any way you slice it.
Now I got an idea. Blanket statements are not good for conversation because they just ignore all the nuances in life. And, there's edge cases. Like, are we talking about edge cases or are we talking about the average situation that everybody should be able to endure? Everybody's not an athlete and gets to just, work with Jewish people and make billions of dollars and be happy with Jewish people because they're rich. Some people are poor, and maybe, the way the economy works is part of the reason why. Just the average person.
So may I ask you why using professional athletics as a litmus test?
Because everybody knows that that's a space where a lot of money gets handed over or dealt with, and black people have access to money in that space, but they do not have control. They get a lot of money, but when it comes down to making the real decisions, there's a lack of control that's obvious to everybody that can see. We're allowed to participate, but
Hey, ODM, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think, and I'm just trying to get some clarity. Do you think all Jews have money?
Hell no. No.
Okay.
Blanket statements are not good for conversation.
Okay. Because I just want to put out to the universe that there's plenty of poor Jews.
Yes, sir. I believe that. I do believe that. And so that's what I'm saying. Who is the conversation about? Is it about, the people with the power, the average person? Because I think, the average Jewish person, especially in America, is a partner to black people But on a different level, the Jewish community has abused the black community for a lot of profit, like just through athletics and let's say through rap music, particularly. You pump a lot of, not you per se, but a lot of Jews happen to be there to allow a lot of negative, dirty, nasty music to be promoted to young people, right? And billions of dollars are made off of that, and a small percentage of that flows through to the artists. But a big portion of it goes to the executives who happen to be, and good for them, they work hard to get there. But that just, you wouldn't put that music on people.
Well,
Why would you hear?
damn, let me just say this. Do you know what the largest percentage of people who purchase rap music or any type of
Who are the largest?
80% are white kids.
Okay, so whoever it is not supposed to be allowed, bitch, nigga, that a whole judge. When somebody comes to your record label with that type of energy, you're supposed to be like, I got a standard to live up to and not allow that. But to allow it to go mainstream through channels that you own, you got power over, sends a particular message.
Oh, thank you, ODM. Let me say hello to Uncle Steve real quick. I'll circle back.
Yes,
So guys in this room, just like in Healthy Debates, we have a one mic policy. When somebody's speaking, no matter what they say, respect it. They'll finish. I'll get to everybody. Uncle Steve, how you doing, bro?
Good, man. How are you?
Fantastic. What brought you to this?
Good. Well, the fact that ODM clearly does not know what he's talking about, at least when it comes to record production. I mean, he just said less than a minute ago that when people come to the record producers or whatever, that they're looking for, good quality. He didn't say it, moral stuff. No, they're looking to make money. That's all record companies care about, is whether or not the artist, the singing artist, can make money for them. That's all they care about. That's what brought me to this.
Is there no imperative involved?
I'm sorry, say what?
Is there no moral imperative?
No, that's correct. Yeah, yes, that's correct. There is no moral character. All they care about is whether or not they can make money, because they have to put out hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in advertising and production costs before the record even comes out. Their main concern is whether or not they can make money. And if you disagree with what I'm saying, then you're not only naive, you have no idea, with all due respect, what you're talking.
No, that's capitalism. I understand. You have to.
I'm glad you agree with me. Thank you.
Well, ODM, let me ask you this question respectfully. What do you think is more detrimental to the youth of America? And it doesn't matter what color, right? Would that be music or would that be video games or social media?
I think out of those three, probably social media, because of the way it's just used as a psyop. But bigger than that is just the lack of economic opportunities. No good jobs, no housing. These young kids don't have anything to live for, a life to live for. But to work every day till you die just to go on vacation and buy new shit? No, they want to have families and buy homes and be stable and have a secure future that they could see. But that's invisible. It doesn't exist anymore. And so I think
let me ask you a follow-up question real quick. Sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you this follow-up question. Who's more responsible? Let's say these record executives, right, allow this music and they use the N-word and all this other stuff. Who's more responsible for that, the record executives or the parents that allow their children to listen to this?
That's a good question. It's probably like a 50-50. No, I put more on the parents. I would say it's a 51-49 split. The parents are definitely in charge of what your children are into. But again, and once your children get in the mainstream society and middle school and those type of things, society should protect them when the parents can't. That's what the government, that's what we're supposed to do. And so to have these type of influences just available, it's like porn. Like, it's really bad for young minds. And I'm not above it. Look, I love raunchy shit, all the ghetto negative shit. I was in there bopping my head just like everybody else, but I telling you, like an addict could tell you, somebody who smoked crack, and they're like, yo, being an addict is bad. I'm telling you from the inside that that's how young minds can get fucked easily.
Music is like porn. I just want to make sure that's what you said.
Yes.
Sorry, once again, with all due respect, I completely disagree with you, and here's why. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, porn, you have to be 18 to buy a record or listen to music. There's no age limit, right? Right? Hello? I guess he's thinking about that one for a while. Yeah, no, I don't correlate porn to music.
Let me say something. I want to jump in because I see some things going on in the chat. And I don't listen. It's just my opinion. And nobody's going to change my opinion on this. Education is important. Here's the problem with education, right? America has and always will be, in my opinion, a white supremacist country. They don't teach black history the way black history unfolded. They teach you the narrative through the white eyes. And that's a problem. I think if we're really going to be Americans and empower each other, we gotta let everybody stand up and stand on their truth. And that's just how I feel. So we're going to go popcorn style, guys. If you're on stage, please ping people in.
I think the biggest issue is a combination of there's a lack of education mixed with poor research, right? And then the one point I'll make on that, because I could go all day, is the fact that we call blacks in the first place, right? You got to think about the education of African Americans in this country. They're taught that, hey, you were brought here on slave ships, you were slaves, and then this is what happened after the fact, which takes away from the heritage, the language, everything that occurred before the slave ships, which means you would have to do the research to know that. On top of that, just because you're melanated doesn't mean that you were on slave ships and then you're an African American. You could have been a Native American that was already here. I'm actually an example of that. My mother's side of the family did a lot of research, and all of us have our cards as Native Americans that actually came from this country, whereas on my father's side, we're African Americans. So I think it's a mix of folks that are confused, aren't doing enough research, and also are being taught improperly.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. Where's your 4 new hostages at, you little bitch?
Imagine sitting in the audience and you come up just to say that. Imagine how low caliber this person is. It amazes me. It makes no sense. You wait all this time to come up just to spew hate, you fucking loser. Anyway, we're going to go popcorn style, guys. Rabbi, I invited you up. I wish you'd come to the stage and we could have this dialogue because I have the utmost respect for you. I think there is the division, in my opinion, between the black and Jewish community has never been greater. And I think it really is just a lack of communication and understanding each other. Instead of talking at each other, how about we listen to each other? Mike Moon, what do you think about what's going on?
Oh, man. So obviously there's a connection between the black community and Muslims. Since October 7th, we have Palestine going on, Gaza. I don't think that has helped the situation. I think that a lot of black people in America are siding with the Palestinians. Israel is, they start as a defensive measure, but as the numbers grow, they just are increasingly at risk of people, becoming uncomfortable with the imbalance of the numbers themselves. 1,700 killed. So you defend yourself and, 50,000, 60, 70, 80,000 starts going up. Inherently, numbers matter, and people start looking at the numbers and they don't they stop forgetting about. We have short-term memories, right? So we just forget about the how horrible October 7th was. We look at it as like, well, there's not a lot of defense going on anymore. It's mostly offensive at this point. So as those numbers increase, it's going to get worse. I feel Black society in general is going to side with Palestinians, and that is causing conflict that's above and beyond the regular conflict that they had. I also think that there's maybe some. I mean, I'm probably going to get attacked for this. Maybe some jealousy in the Black community that Jews are so successful. That they're a minority in the country, but they're able to really, succeed and make a lot of money. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it seems like it could be. And maybe that's the two things that come to mind right now. Otherwise, I can't think of anything else that would make a Black person not like a Jewish person specifically.
See, these are the kind of things where I have to kind of step in, because when I will admit that, for one thing, I am Black and I am a woman, and I'm clearly considerably younger than the people who are speaking. So it's quite possible that we're just too different to be able to come to an understanding, and I'm okay with that, because I know how old people are, I know how white people are, I know how men are.
Wait, hold on.
Wow, that hurt. That cut me to the quick. Hold on. No. I want to clarify.
Please all three. I'm only two.
She knows how old I am. She knows the color of my skin, and she knows that. Okay, now go ahead.
I'm only two of those, Steve. You have three.
I just want to say, hey, Miss Mike, let me just do this. Miss Daisy, man, I appreciate what you're saying, but just like all Black people are monoliths, neither are white people. But go ahead.
Well, that's true, but it's even if you're not the same in your thinking, I'm just pointing to the fact that there could be a huge difference between our perspectives, because we're totally different worlds. You're not a Black person, you're not a woman. That's enough. And then there's a considerable age difference. I mean, it's not to be derogatory. It's just pointing out the fact that I understand to a majority, to a huge degree, that there's a potential for not understanding my perspective. So I just preface my argument with that. But what I just heard from Mike was problematic as well, because you have the vast majority of Black people that are very welcoming. I think to our detriment, obviously, considering our history, it's just too much of a welcoming of other people. So to say that what I heard him say was that some of these conflicts can be based on Black Americans being Muslim and siding with Gazans because they're Muslim. I want to attack that first. I think it's infuriating to me to hear the undertone that I'm hearing is essentially that you basically just believe Black people are stupid. So in general, we can't make reasonable decisions or analysis. They have to be based on these ridiculous things. So that's the tone that I'm hearing. It may not be your intention. That's what I'm hearing. I heard the same thing when Slippers was talking. He said something equally inflammatory in the chat after I brought that to his attention, and then he scattled off. Not scattled. He scurried. He scurried away when he was, questioned in the chat again. So I don't think it's a thing where it's like, okay, we're the same religion, so we're just going to gang up and stick with these people. Okay, I think any person with an iota of spirit and soul and empathy can feel bad seeing children being blown up. Okay, when you have these images all over the internet, which we, if I'm not mistaken,
Daisy, did you have the same feelings on October 7th?
Any person can see when there are people dying, you feel bad for them. That's what I'm talking about. You had to interrupt me to say.
Even old white guys?
Even
old white guys? Do we feel bad?
Why are you interrupting me?
I'm just just asking a question. Do we feel bad, even old white guys? Even old white guys?
It's rude.
He's a mod.
Even old white guys?
He's allowed.
Like I said, now you're proving my point.
Even though I'm a moderator, I'm allowed to ask a follow-up question while you're
Okay,
talking.
so I didn't finish. A follow-up means that I've completed my statement.
Well, you can stack points, but I can also ask as
You're
you
an
make
old
a
white
point.
man. I could just go on.
Okay, so if you want to stack points, that's great. But if I ask a follow-up question to point number 3, I'm not going to necessarily let you finish point number 7, so we can go back to point 3.
I didn't make
Because by
7
then
points.
we have short attention spans. So you already started on the Gaza thing, then you moved on to the other thing. Then you moved on to the other thing. No, actually, I can track. Trust me, girl. I got great listening comprehension. I can track
Mike, I thought you were a middle-aged white man. I thought I would.
You are. You're the one who has all 3, so you only have 2 of those
white man.
characteristics.
You're the middle-aged, and JB is the young white man.
Well, middle age is old.
Wait, let's clarify.
Oh, the naivety of being young.
I am the young, good-looking white.
I'm a young, good-looking white man.
Well, I will admit, your PTR
Mike,
is a lot better than theirs.
hold on.
Wait,
Mike is
Steve, you're about to compliment me, Steve. I want you to compliment.
I said
Oh, okay,
your PTR is certainly a lot better than theirs, but if it's okay, I'd like to get back to my point.
Yeah, in a minute. I just wanted to clarify. JB is the young, good-looking white man. Mike is the middle-aged, good-looking white man. And I am the old, ugly white man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll take these pictures and add, put them in the dictionary if I
Well,
can.
let Daisy land. Let Daisy land, and then I want to go to Rabbi.
Daisy, please land, Daisy.
It took all that time to derail what I was actually trying to say. So what I was saying, trying to get to is, it almost seems as if the people who spoke think that Black people are too stupid to be able to have opinions or feelings that are based in more than religion and colloquialisms. That's what I'm hearing, and that's not true.
I agree with you. It's not true. I agree with you.
I can't hear you speak while I'm trying to speak.
Sounded to me like you heard me loud and clear, Daisy.
No, I just heard that. I saw you come off your mic.
I'll tell you what, Daisy. Wrap up your point in 60 seconds, and then we'll respond.
Not wanting to hear what I
You, I'm giving you 60 seconds. Please wrap it up.
I'll just go on mute.
Okay, thanks.
That sounds great. Go ahead, Mike.
So what you're hearing is what you're hearing. It's not what I said, and you are making assumptions based on what I said. There is a filter somewhere between my flapping gums and your absorbing ears that allows you to hear things that are not necessarily being said and to draw conclusions that I have intentions that I otherwise don't have. So if you want to respond to the things I said, that would be one great thing that you could do to kind of clarify and have a dialogue that was honest. But when you say it sounds like, and you gaslight the room about what I was saying, when I wasn't saying that, it kind of lends to a conversation doesn't go very far. So, and also when you stack points, I'm definitely able to follow your points. I know most of the room can't probably, and I think follow-up questions along the way. It's not normal human communication. You know, you start talking, you say something that kind of piques my interest. I ask a follow-up question in the middle of your conversation. I don't just stand there and wait for you to talk 5 minutes and stack 14 things up and then try to go back to number 6. That's just weird.
Let me jump in here. Steve, let me just give me a minute. So I'm going to give Daisy a minute to say whatever she wants. Please don't interrupt her. I don't want to hear about age jokes. Let her be. Give her a minute. And then also, Hector, you have your hand up. I've been trying to bring you up. I can't do it anymore. Mike, Steve, they can bring Hector up. I appreciate it. Miss Daisy, the mic is yours.
Thank you, JB. When you're interrupted, you really forget. And so I will retract my age joke. I wasn't trying to be inflammatory. I was just trying to illustrate that could be a possible reason for disconnect. So again, what I heard is that when you're saying that people are empathizing or people are siding, those were your words, with Gazans, Black people are siding with Gazans, and you stated that it is potentially in your mind because of Islam. And I am saying that that's not necessarily true. I think that any human being, when you're seeing violence, can empathize with people
that's ridiculous.
Thank you, Daisy. I appreciate it. Hold on, ODM, because the rabbi's been patiently waiting. And Daisy, I'm going to touch on some of the things you said, but I have to say, Rabbi, how you doing, my man?
What's up, man?
Before we can get on this, go down this bit, I just got to tell you, between you and me, nobody else is listening, trust me. I hate this fucking Nick coach. I think they fucked up, and I'm not happy, Rabbi. Say a prayer for us.
Okay, yeah, it's going to be a weird season, I think, but I hope we can pull it out. We'll see. We'll find out. I would like to make a little side point about the title. The side point is the question assumes that Jews are not black. And I just want to have to bring into the room that there's black Jews. There's all kinds of Jews, but there's definitely black Jews. And I think part of I don't think you mean it this way, JB, right? But I think part of the problem with the question is that it racializes everybody, right? And it racializes Jews as white.
So, Rabbi, let me ask you this. Rabbi, what title? Give me a suggestion on the title.
Well, let me ask you, what is the conversation you're trying to have?
The conversation I'm trying to have is, and it's just been my experience, and other people have told me the same thing, that there seems to be this toxicity that comes out of the black community towards the Jewish community that I've never seen before, I've never heard before. Now, I'm not saying it hasn't been there. I just haven't experienced or seen it like I have now. So I'm trying to understand where that came from so we can have a dialogue, because I believe, Rabbi, that our communities are more similar than we are different.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about it as I've been listening. I don't find that in the real world there's huge amounts of animosity coming from black communities to Jewish communities. I just don't see that. I see it on Clubhouse a lot. I hear it here and on the internet. I don't really see it out there. Where I live, I don't see it. There does seem to be some support out there. I think mutual support, or at least there's trying to be. Yeah, I guess I have one last thought, which is to the Daisy you were saying about, well, maybe it wasn't your point, but I think part of the folks and Palestinians, right? I remember that this goes back to like Ferguson, right? And like there were signs in Ferguson. Ferguson is Palestine, they said. And I think there's been a misidentification between the struggles of all brown people around the world are the same. They're not all the same. They're unique contexts. And I'm a liberal Democrat, but I got to say, woke intersectionality identity politics doesn't work.
Thank you, Rabbi. ODM, I'll come right back to you, but I have to say hello to Bibi. Rabbi, I would mod you, but I don't know if you're staying, and I don't know if you want to smoke. Bibi, what's good?
No, it's all good.
What's good, everybody? This is, I like the title. I think it's going to be an amazing room. I've been waiting all day for it.
So what's your thoughts on it? Why do you think there's such division? In my opinion, I could be wrong. Rabbi's probably right. In the real world, I've never seen the toxicity that I see on this app. But I also believe, and maybe I'm crazy, I believe that this app is a microcosm of society. So why do you think that is, BB?
I think people unravel their true selves on this app because they're cowards and they get to hide behind a telephone. And then you can tell who's real on the app and who's not. But people will vet their the most toxic shit because they're on this app. But then I do find whenever I used to own a bunch of barbershops, and when a bunch of black guys were together and they would click up, then I would see the anti-Semitism come out. But if I was talking to one of the one-on-one or two or three at a time, it was okay. But then they would bring up this BHI stuff, and it would just keep unraveling into some crazy conspiracies that Jews own the world, Jews own the banks, and it was, at first I was like, is this jealousy? Like, where's this hatred coming from? But they get so angry when they find out that I was a Jew. So then, I don't know, but I think the app, people can become the most vilest pieces of shit. Like, I've been scrolling through room until I came here today, because I've been waiting for this room to pop up. And people are spending hours talking shit about other people and saying the most outlandish shit. But if you meet them in real life, they would never be talking like that. So people hide behind their phone.
Yeah, ODM. We're gonna go ODM. Then I want to say hello to Ifra. Then ODM, and then Alyssa.
Okay, part of well, Jews and blacks. You know, when I was growing up, I heard that Jews and blacks were allies during the civil rights movement, right? And so there at one point it was this agreement arrangement to work together. Part of where black people kind of like get to look sideways at Jewish people nowadays, I think is because when it comes to white supremacy, right, or whatever the struggle we're going through, white people hate Jews, right? But when Jews can hide behind whiteness at certain times and not take, not be on the front line when the shit is really going down. And so, yes, Jews have lived a different experience in America, but there was a point where Jews and blacks were supposed to be working together. And
ODM, when and why did that stop?
Well, I don't know why it stopped, but to give you certain examples of where black people have been just completely castigated or ostracized or whatever. Kanye and Kyrie are two examples of people that may have done some quote unquote anti-Semitic things and gotten a hammer instead of some type of sympathy or education. No, the hammer came down on these people. And so, are you our ally? Are you our enemy? Are you in it for yourself? That's there's some kind of schism in the agreement, or just a difference in philosophy. We're not sure. At this point, we feel used and abused a little bit. While you guys have profited and done very well for yourselves is not jealousy. What the Jews are doing is something that should be studied, and you should recreate that within your own communities and cultures. And so it's not jealousy. I don't think it's jealousy.
But why do you feel used and abused, or why would you think that feeling comes?
I bring an example like rap music. It's just so nasty, and so much money has been made off of it. But inside of Jewish communities have primarily benefited the guys at the top. There's no doubt about it. They made the most money. Their communities are insulated from this type of nonsense in a certain way. And they know that other communities are insulated, and so the effects are going to be slightly different. And it's something like, all right, I relate it to something like usury. Like, you can loan money to somebody else for interest, but not somebody in your own community. Why not treat everybody in the world the same way?
Wait, so hold on, I'm trying to understand this. So you're saying, rappers like the anti-Semite Ice Cube and Kanye, so you think that they were used by the Jewish community?
They were definitely used by somebody, by the music business in general, to whatever. Negativity, if that sells, that's cool. But again, the people on top have a higher, if you're rich, are you going to be an evil bastard and just make money because there's money to be made? Or you're going to live on a higher paradigm? You benefited more, society, life has treated you better, whatever, you got to that position. Do you have a duty to treat people below you better? Or is your duty to just take advantage of them and make as much money as possible?
So the Jews that are in the music industry that have made people go famous, they were supposed to do that for free? I'm just trying to understand the way you're.
Maybe they could have picked some other stars or some other songs. I don't know. Yeah, they got to make money, obviously. They got to make money. But couldn't they have picked some other people to promote?
So wait, you're upset on who?
I'm just asking. I'm not upset.
No, but if Jews are in the music industry, you think they only want to do business with black people?
No, obviously not.
Because you said why couldn't they
rock
choose?
Music, there's all kinds of music.
Yeah, but so you don't think rock stars, like Jews, have benefited from rock stars?
Hell yeah.
Do you think rock stars are going on screaming that fuck the Jews because they made money from me?
It depends on probably their particular relationship, but overall, I would say probably not. I'm not sure what their gripe is.
Let me jump in.
I'm talking about in my specific circumstance. We're talking about black people and the Jewish community's relationship.
Hold on a second. And I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. I mean, we are a capitalist country. But I'll say this. What do you think about black entrepreneurs that took advantage of young black people, like, let's say, Russell Simmons, right?
They suck too.
Or Suge Knight.
Vultures.
Like people like that.
Yeah, so vultures are in every society, but those people did not have the power, like, to put out that music. There was a layer above them, and if you don't want to acknowledge that, that's cool. We can just, the business is business. Yeah, capitalism is capitalism. I understand that. Businesses have no moral imperative, but the people that run them can and should.
Well, let me ask you this follow-up question, then I want to go to Aaron and Alyssa. In your opinion, only your opinion, do you believe that the Jewish people own the banks in the world?
No, I think that they're part of the collective. They've amassed a certain amount of power, and through that power, wherever it lies and whatever resources, however they manage it, they have some power. There's Chinese, all kind of factions, all around the world fighting for power. Jews are not alone in that battle.
Let me jump in real quick. Then I want to say a little ifra. And this is going to be a polarizing statement for some people. Put your big boy pants on, your big girl panties on. America's a white supremacist country. I think the last thing that people need to worry about is the Jews. I promise you that. When you got people, hold on, ODM, you gotta let me finish, man. This is a white supremacist country that is geared to hold us all down. Not just the black community, not just the Jews, all of us. There's the have and the have-nots. You know, there's somebody in the audience, I'm not going to say the person's name, really big in the real estate lane, really big. But I'll say this, I don't care how many houses you sell, the middle class is starting to disappear in America. And that impacts all of us, black, white, purple, pink polka dots, I don't care. We need to focus on the white supremacy that permeates through this country, that's been here since the beginning, and join together. That's my opinion. But let me say a little Ifra. Ifra, how you doing? Ifra, are you there?
Jay, can I get 10 seconds first when you get a chance? Yeah, you bring up an important point, and I like what ODM said as well. The white supremacists are the people who made Jews white. They hate Jews just as much as they hate black people, right? So it's a very important point that you brought up, and ODM, I think you said it right. The experiences are different, right? And I just really appreciate how you put together your thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Rabbi. Alyssa, how you doing, Alyssa Denny?
Hi, I agree with you, JB. Yeah, it's gonna be exposed soon, but what is driving this white supremacy stuff that's hurting people, and they don't know it. And I wanted to say that Israel is not it's not all one type of Jew. There's two types. There's two that are very devout to the country, Israel. But then there's the one that is devout to, if you are familiar with the Bible, that is just a significant place where the blood of Jesus was spilled, and that's the only reason why they think it's significant. So I figured out finally what the fuck a Zionist is, and not like just regular person is. So I just wanted to say that, and if I drop a bomb on here, please don't like be mad at me. I do know, and you know, Rockefeller Avenue runs through like the main part of Israel. I wanted to say Benjamin Netanyahu is not who you think he is, and funding a lot of what we didn't know.
Well, listen, I just want to educate you real quick, and I'm doing this respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
A Zionist is a person that supports the country of Israel. I'm a Zionist, and I'm a proud Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, anybody that supports Israel, they're a Zionist. But before we continue, let me say hello to my man Harry. Harry, how you doing, bro?
Can I say why it's gone bad? Like, we are supposed to support Israel as an ally, but that it's been compromised by Benjamin Netanyahu because he funds people. He funds Hamas. He funds Iran.
That's not true. Now you're just spreading like misinformation.
I know.
It's unfortunate that you're doing that.
I was gonna get some kickback, but
it's not getting kickback. You're just getting corrected because you're spreading misinformation.
Sorry.
Yes.
Well, when you said Rockefeller Avenue runs through Israel, she didn't know what she was talking about. But yeah, hey GB, what's up?
Yeah, but I do.
Listen, have you ever been to Israel before?
No, but I.
Well, you know awfully a lot about Israel for not ever being there. Kind of interesting.
What does that have to do with no?
And you said Rockefeller Avenue runs through Israel. So where in Israel does Rockefeller Avenue run through Israel? I just want to know because I've been there many times and I've never seen Rockefeller Avenue.
It runs from the river to the sea, Harry.
Whoa. No,
all right, guys. Listen. Let me move on because it's gonna get out of control. Let me say hello to Nye real quick. What's up, Mr. McGee?
JB, what's going on? I came right on time.
Yeah.
Can Israelis and blacks have a civil conversation? I think so. I don't think that blacks have beef with the Israelis. If you talk to black people off Clubhouse, you know, I know some of us are a little bit weirded out on Clubhouse, but outside of Clubhouse, black folks do not have issues with Jewish people, with Israelis, etc., etc. Don't believe the hype on social.
How you feel?
Not with Palestine.
Everybody, hold
black
on.
people have an issue with the Palestine issue.
Hold on, ODM. We have a one mic policy. When the mod speaks, just please mute up. Fire God, I'm going to come to you, I promise. But I definitely want to say hello to Harry because I didn't get a chance to properly say hello. Harry, what's good, man?
Hey, what's up, bro? Doing good. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Do you want to chime in before I go to the next speaker?
You know, I'm just kind of listening to see what's going on. I've already heard some things that are really false, that just really anti-Semitic rhetoric that's been passed around throughout the internet for a while now. But yeah, I'll just listen and see what's going on. Chime in whenever.
Thank you, Harry. So, guys, I want to introduce Fire God. He's going to bring some fire. So just let him finish, and then everybody get a chance to rebuttal. Fire God, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. What up, JB?
Chilling, bro. Do you want to chime in or you just want to hang out?
I'm going to chime in a little bit on that one. I think you know, I think blacks deal with Israelis often, especially in the music industry that we survive in. You know, but outside of that, you know, I think there's a couple gripes. You know, I do think there's some gripes, but I don't think most people are even. They don't even really understand what the actual real gripe would be. To be honest, because it's how can I say it? It's not stuff that's just sitting on the surface like we got an issue like how we got issues with Mexicans. It's not the same because it's not a surface gripe. You know what I mean? It's a little deeper than that. But
well, Tell me how deep it goes.
I mean, it could go very deep. I mean, all the way to the Israelite brothers. You know what I mean? Like they feel like Jewish people stole their identity, right? So if the Israelite brothers feel like you said what?
Are you an Israelite?
That's neither here or there. I'm just saying, Israelites believe that Jewish people might have stole their identity. So that's a deeper gripe, right? That would be considered a deeper gripe.
Fire God, respectfully, let's have this little dialogue, right? And it's no smoke with you, but I promise you, I never seen a Jew on Fifth Avenue dressed like a doorman screaming at other people. But I seen the black Israelites doing that.
But that's different. No, that's different. You know, I mean, because even with that, you know, they're going off of something else. They're going off of a certain scripture that says that you have to go out there and speak to the people, and they might not do it the right way necessarily. Yeah, so I mean that's what that one. Of course, you're not going to see the other Jews doing certain things. That's true, but you know, even in the Bible, it's spoke on, you know, the black Jew. So you know, we understand that it's a lot deeper. Like I said, it's not as surface as a lot of problems or issues would be. And outside of the situation with Palestine, of course, you know, if you know a lot of African Americans, we are sticking with Palestine because we feel like they're the niggas in America, like how we are in America. That's them over there on that side. So you know
we're gonna unpack that in a few minutes about this narrative of how Palestinians are viewed as like black Americans, because that narrative is absolutely false, in my opinion. But let me circle back to you in a minute. I want to say hello to Fatima real quick. Fatima, how you doing?
Thank you for addressing me. Hello everybody. I'm doing good. Before I ask you how you are, I want to make an announcement, okay? To the people I know, to the people I don't know. I just bought the Clubhouse Plus abonnement, as you can see with at the plus sign next to my name. So I'm part of the elite now, and I want to be addressed as. So that's the announcement.
Wait, what do you want to be addressed as? You broke up. I'm sorry.
I'm in elite now. I have Clubhouse Plus, which means I'm part of the elite now. So I want to be addressed as the. So
okay.
That's the.
So Miss Elite Fatima.
Yes.
I'll call you Queen Fatima. Queen Fatima, do you want to chime in on the conversation, or do you want us all to bow down right now?
Yes, sure. I want to chime in.
Please.
It's my opinion are a lot different than I think maybe 99% of all people. Honestly, you might even call me like crazy or heretic. I don't even know if you want to hear what my opinions are.
Spit it out, Queen.
Well, let it out. Let's hear what you have to say, Your Majesty.
I'm not pro-Palestine. I'm not pro-Israel, which means I'm not anti-anything. So I don't believe in that any of those two movements. Like, I don't think all these videos you see online that you should believe them, because you see like videos of people dying. They say they're Palestinian people. You don't even know who the fuck they are. You don't even know where these videos come from. You don't know if these videos are staged. Even the Israeli videos, like people with IDF like army costumes, like you know who the fuck these people are. They might stage fucking things like with AI. You can do a lot of things.
Your Majesty, royalty don't curse, but you can curse, okay?
Oh yeah, sorry, I curse a lot. I will apologize in advance. I do really curse, but it's the English language, you know. In my own language, I don't curse. So yeah, this war, like every war, has a bigger agenda than the thing that they are actually fighting for. I don't know if you get me, but I don't think this war is I think this war is like a minor thing, like in the agenda, and they're using it for a bigger thing. That's as far as I can go, because if I go too much further, it's gonna be crazy.
Thank you. Hold on. Don't call the lady crazy. She might be a little touched, but she's not crazy. Let me say hello real quick to Poodle. Poodle, why am I getting calls, Daisy? I was trying to protect.
That means
Poodle
that's funny.
Oh, it's not funny. I'm sorry.
It was funny. Jesus Christ.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Remember, listen, Daisy, I'm old, so my hair is shot. Poodle, how you doing?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, man. How are you?
Bro, if you come with any kumbaya bullshit, I'm booting you. I'm just letting you know. Cash in your ticket before I kick you out.
What about
You know what? What do you want me to say? It's the end of the fucking world, JD. No, nobody can ever get along. We're all gonna kill each other. There you go.
Yeah, sounds about right. ODM, you wanted to chime in?
Oh yeah, I got another point to make about the beef between Jews and Black people. So, how y'all right? In the last election, I feel like a lot of Jews voted for Trump, kind of to figuring that he was going to be better for Israel and fuck the outcome for America. And so, following that, there's been a lot of censorship and kind of nonsense shit. Just a lot of things that aren't American that have been pushed.
ODM, bro. Look, respectfully, man. I get that you believe what you believe, but my belief is that more Jews are Democrat and voted for Kamala than they voted for Trump. So if anybody wants to fact check that and put that in the chat, I appreciate it. But to say such a blanket statement, as I was yelled at about before for making blanket statements, I don't agree with that at all. But again,
I think the high power Jews like the Appletons and the Zuckerbergs and those type of people, like the dude that ended up as vice president is backed by a Jew, right? You guys got it. Don't back down from there. You got the influence. You make shit happen. Can we acknowledge that?
Modern democracy is an illusion.
Do you think like all the powerful Jews are like in some secret society together and they meet up on a weekly basis and talk about their plans to take over the world?
Secret society, but you are organized. Can we?
I'm Jewish myself. I'm Jewish myself. I've never got an invitation to any of this.
I admire.
ODM, hold on. Let me say this, man. You say this organization, and I'm going to keep it real. I can't speak for the other Jews/Zionists on the stage or on this app. But there's certain segments of the Jewish community that I'm not welcome in, right? They're very secular. They don't let me in. They may not let Harry in or Bibi in. The Hasidic Jews don't play around. They keep it to themselves. I got no problems with that. If they want to be secular, there's certain other Black communities that they're very secular. So you say we got it together. There's no master plan for us to take over the world. And if there is, I haven't been included in those meetings.
No, see, that's the thing, is culture. You don't have to be included in the meetings because it's ingrained in your culture. And it's kind of like, if you meet some Spanish people in a different place, one might be from Cuba and the other one might be from Puerto Rico. And they hate each other. But when they're together in a different environment, they're going to link up through that shared experience, that Spanish, and not being able to speak English. They link up. We're different. So Jews do the same thing.
Do me a favor, bro. First off, cash in your pink ticket, because I've been giving you a lot of space.
How do I cash in my pink ticket?
Can I do an advertisement, JD? So this room brought to you by Tylenol.
Hold on.
Guys, this room's brought to you by Tylenol. Some of you are going to leave here with a headache. You're going to have opinions that you're not going to agree with, but this is a mutual space for everybody to talk. And everybody at the top of the screen, cash in your red tickets where it says community conversations and collaborations. If you click on that, it's going to say join the house. So if everybody can do that, and you're going to have more interesting rooms like this that are brought to you by Tylenol, and you will receive a headache if you don't know how to properly communicate.
Thank you, Bibi. Thank you, Lil.
Fatima, I need you to mute up, please. We have a one mic policy. Thank you. I want to go to Ifra. Hold on. Everybody, hold on a second. Muhammad, I know you hear me. Thank you. I run a queue and I want a one mic policy. So I'm going to go Ifra, then Rafi. Hey, Rafi, what's good, man? Then you, Muhammad.
What's up, brother?
Ifra, how you doing?
Doing pretty well.
I didn't realize it was you. Hold on.
Wait, is that Seneca?
Yeah, it's me.
Yo, Seneca, man, you got clipped again?
Why do you have so many accounts? What is going on, sir?
He got put.
I get kept every couple days.
Listen, Knight. Just because he talks calm, he's a chaos agent. Trust me. If you want to join in the conversation, welcome to Seneca. Sorry, Seneca, man, I'm happy to hear you that you're here. The mic is yours, sir.
Yes, it's a case of mistaken identity. I think if Black Americans had their heritage and their identity and actually ascribed a culture instead of in a position where they're constantly lost, constantly trying to scramble at other cultures, we wouldn't have this dilemma. And I think Black Americans would actually see that Black Americans and Israelites have a lot more in common than they do separately. It was actually Israelites that helped them bridge the gap between Caucasian Americans, and Black Americans in the 60s when they were fighting for their civil rights. But they don't acknowledge the instances where Israelites come in to support them because they have a constant dynamic or psychology of repression where they see any man that looks like a Caucasian man is necessarily the enemy, including an Israelite, despite the fact that they're culturally appropriating someone else's culture and calling it a religion, when it's really a religion of hate.
What's a religion?
Against people that are white. Hebrew Israelites.
No, that's not a religion. That's basically something that you are. It's not. You can't make that a religion. It's not a religion. Christianity is the religion.
Okay. Well, it's still based in delusion. Is my point.
I've never seen a black-white person, and I've never seen a white-black person. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've never seen an African Native American either. But yeah, they claim they are. If they're African Native American, African Hebrew Israelites, then they're definitely cows that jump over the moon.
Not without getting their little stuff.
Seneca, you done, Seneca?
Yes.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming in. I threw you a follow. By the way, everybody speaks for themselves in here. Nobody is endorsing anything anybody else says. Don't get my house clipped, please. But let me say hello to Rafi. Rafi was good.
All good, brother. All good. Came to support. Great talking.
I appreciate it. So Rafi, in your opinion, why do you think there's so much animosity between the Black community and the Jewish community?
As usually, when life goes tough, you need to blame somebody, and again, it's easier to blame than to reflect on yourself, and it's always somebody needs to be thrown under the bus, and we're the ones who are getting thrown under the bus right now. That's how I just see it.
Well, I'm gonna say something that's polarizing, right? But it's just been my lived experience because we're all anecdotal on this app. I know as many successful Black Americans as I know Jewish Americans. And I'm not talking about the celebrities we see or the celebrities at night, interviews. I'm talking about just everyday people, right? There's a few people in my space right now. I'm not going to name them because they're not coming up. Highly successful. Their color didn't stop them from becoming successful. They just went and became successful. Nothing stopped them. Black, white, Jewish, it don't matter. So I don't understand animosity. Again, Rafi.
Also, I wanted to say something quickly. I think the Blacks and the Jews have so much common things. Like even in the early days when it said no Jews, no Blacks, no dogs. We were all in the same fucking boat. We went through the same exact struggles. And somehow it all got divided that one is better than the other and the hate game. We were literally the same. The Jewish people, the American Jewish people, let me correct myself, the American Jewish people probably have done more for the Black communities from the early days than any other community around them to help them fight for any rights during the civil wars and so on. Like so many organizations, so many fundraisers, they were all held by Jews helping Black communities.
Let me address something real quick, guys, before we continue. Muhammad, man, I'm going to tell you something. what you're doing in this chat is not allowed in this space. I don't care what this woman said to you. I don't care if she chases you all over this app. The next time you're disrespectful, Muhammad, not only going to throw you out, I'm going to ban you from this house. Show her respect, and she'll give you respect. Are we clear, Muhammad?
Yeah, IP. That's correct.
Okay. Do you want to chime in on the conversation?
No, I don't want to add anything. Right. I'm going to listen.
All right. Then you can listen in the VIP section. All right, guys. We're going to go popcorn style. If anybody wants to speak, go ahead, ODM.
I want to say, I hope I didn't come off as an anti-Semite. Again, the Jewish community is a model to be, you just want to try to recreate that for your own community and culture. Salute to you guys.
I heard you correctly, man. I think what you said, and I found one thing you said was important. You're like, the Jews in the industry need to be studied. And I think that you were showing respect. You're like, and that's what I believe. Like, people can't be upset because we educate our children. They can't be upset that we invest money in our children's future. Anybody can do that. All of our children could go to the same school. It's the parent that endorses that child to teach them the value of education and also teaches them at home. And then in turn, maybe they get blessed with an amazing job. You can't do that because they got educated or they, in all communities, there's a lot of educated humans on this earth, and there's a lot of dumb fucking humans on this earth too. But we can't hate the educated ones because we're jealous because we didn't decide to go to school or stay in school and get a good job, and now we're upset and we say fuck them because we didn't want to put in that work.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Fatima. Go ahead, Your Majesty.
Thank you. So, when they say Jews run the world, that sentence, probably every Jew knows it, right? Well, you know what I mean, I've read like a whole book about this, you get me? So I don't get it from my own mind, but I do agree a lot of what is written in this book. So they say that a lot, and you know what I believe, that a lot of these people that do have a lot of influence around the world hide behind Jewish identity but aren't actually Jewish. I wanted to say that. I hope I don't sound rude, but I do believe that there are people with a lot of influence, power.
Hey, but Fatima, let me touch on what you're saying. You don't have to mute up. Let's have the conversation.
Yeah.
Right now in this world, there's nothing more polarizing than being Jewish. They're the number one target throughout the world. If you're a Jew, so I don't understand when you say people to pretend to be Jewish. Why would anybody pick the most polarizing religion, ethnic group in the world when they know by picking that, all that's going to happen is they're going to get a lot of heat? Why would people do that?
Yeah, exactly, to cause war. What is to cause wars? What exactly is happening now and happened in the past as well? And behind these wars is a bigger agenda, that these people have. Yeah.
I got a question, JB.
Okay, go ahead.
Being that Jewish people went through what they went through, and I think the next race that has probably the closest similarity to what they went through would be African Americans, right?
You get no argument from me. There are a lot of similarities there.
Okay. So I would think that they would be a little more understanding in a helping hand to those people that share that real close similarity, instead of just kind of turning a blind eye to the things that they see and just kind of sticking to themselves. I think that's the issue as well.
And when you say that, what kind of support has the Jewish community not given the Black community in your lived experience?
Well, I believe they have given some support, but it's one of those things to where, as far as standing with the people and even helping maybe possibly help them organize themselves to kind of get into the same way to be able to move their people forward the same way.
But fine, God, the blueprint is there. I've said this a million times. Follow the blueprint. It all starts with family values and education. You put those into the mix, you guys will rise right up, right next to us. I promise you.
I understand, but they're willing to put money into destructive things like hip hop instead of putting things into more positive things. that can actually help the community. You know, trying to get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
They invest, but they invest in the wrong thing.
Brought up a point that was brought up earlier. I don't know if ODM brought it up about the music industry, right? I don't know anything about music other than how to turn on my radio. But and my follow-up question to that with the music industry, is it really the Jewish executives that own some of these record labels? Because it's not exclusive to Judaism, trust me. Or is it really the parents who should be monitoring their kids better? I'm curious. What do you think, God?
I believe it's both. It's a little bit of both.
I got a third party too, the government maybe as well. You know, you have like in business, you can have first order consequences. Let's say we decide as a culture we're going to sell sugary cereal. And whoever sells that sugary cereal is going to make a lot of money because it's addictive and it tastes good.
Did you cash in your ticket?
Hey, what do you mean?
No,
you cash in your pink ticket.
I don't understand.
Join the house. Did you join the house?
Oh, hey, bro. Yeah, I'll join.
All right, when you join, you can come back up because I know you're full of shit. Get fired, God.
No, that's all. I mean, that's pretty much it. You know, it's one of those things to where it's like when you see people kind of lost in the way. You know, I would think, you know, if you're going to invest in the community, invest in it. You know, invest in the education of it more or less than the destruction of it.
I don't know, man. I think parents have to be held accountable. I think social media needs to start being held accountable. There's no guardrails on social media. Just look at this app, right? Just look at the toxicity and the doxing that goes on in this app. There's no consequences to shit anymore, man. There's just not. But I think really at the core, it's the parents' responsibility on what their kids are doing. You know, when I was growing up, we were latchkey kids. Me, Mikey, KP, all those old fucks, right? We came home, my parents went home, we had the key, we went in, we made a little snack, we watched some cartoons. Nowadays, these kids are being raised by their computers, by their cell phones. There's no accountability with the parents. So let me say hello to KP. KP was good.
Hey man, don't be bringing that old shit up now. Stop it.
Listen, man, I know you went to high school with Moses, but I'm not even gonna adopt you with that.
Moses.
Yo, you were sitting there writing on tablets. What the fuck are you talking about?
I still am. But
what's up, brother?
How you doing, man? Let me say hello to Black Girl and then say hello to you properly. So KP, you know, I know it don't apply to you because I honestly believe you're one of those people that don't give a fuck about color, race, religion, because I've been around you for a few years. But on this app, man, there's a lot of animosity between the two communities, and I want to keep it real, more so coming from the Black community towards the Jewish community. Why do you think that is, KP?
I think it's more of the Hollywood side, not the regular Black people, because we don't intertwine with Jews like that. We don't, because you're everyday Jew and you're everyday Black. Yo, we just chill together. You wouldn't know who's a Jew or a white. You wouldn't know unless you're related to each other. We just don't mingle like that. And it's a Hollywood hype shit.
I agree. It's internet sensation.
Thank you, KP. Let me say hello. Lord, man, why do you got a pink ticket? You got to cash that in. Lord, are you there?
No,
Lord.
Our Lord is in heaven.
Lord, all right.
Why the hell I don't have a great name, JB?
Look how you talking to JB. Watch your mouth.
Well, hold on. KP is definitely my brother. Give me a chance to, because I don't know if you were coming up. No, you just got it. Relax, I got you. Yeah. By the way, KP, we're not going to discuss what happened in earlier rooms. But I just want you to know I love you. And I thought you got dog piled on for no reason. I just want you to know that.
It's always a reason.
It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it.
You're always welcome in my space. Let's go to KP. Let's go to Lord. Lord, what's good, man? Thank you for cashing in your ticket.
You know, bro, my bad. You just caught me right when I started to eat. So I'll chime in a second. Just give me 1 second.
Listen, you take your time, eat your food, enjoy your meal. You're welcome anytime. My man Howard. Howie, what's good, man?
JB, hey, hope you're having a great Friday and set up for a nice holiday weekend. How's it going?
Man, you're here, so I'm doing something right. And this weekend's going to be beautiful here in New York. I'm excited to get out of this house for a couple days.
You deserve it, man. You deserve it.
I appreciate it, as do you. So Howard, can Jews and blacks have a civil conversation?
Yeah, two things, JB. You were onto it, and I mean, you and the moderators, you have the responsibility. I know you're monitoring the chat, but I tell you, Mohammed is definitely on a different planet. But also, I just saw a post from the esteemed Anson. Anson, I got to disagree with that comment that you're saying that money's dividing the Jewish and black communities. I actually view that as somewhat of an anti-Semitic essence to it. So I'm just going to put that out there. Thanks, JB.
Bro, Jews love money. Jews love money, you know? And niggas love money, you know? So.
Wait, hold on.
That's such a stereotype.
Jews love money.
Oh, hold on. I love peace. And that narrative that Jews love money. Man, listen, I'm a Jew and I do love money. But I don't know anybody to tell you, would you rather be poor? Shut up, you moron. But listen, I want to go to Anson. Captain, how you doing, man? It's always a privilege to have you in my spaces.
Thanks. Somebody asked me to join after my comment was alluded to as an anti-Semitic comment. Boy, that sort of baffles me. But it seems to me that one of the great dividing lines is, generally speaking, Jews are seen as having wealth. Generally speaking, I know there are rich Jews and poor Jews, but the critique is the Jewish people have been able to accumulate wealth, and the black community still struggles to do that. It just seems to me that if you're looking for a fundamental dividing line between Jews and blacks, it's the perception, at least, of economic inequality. But I'm certainly, that I'm not.
But Captain, let me.
I don't want to get in a fight over that. I just I expressed a view and was called anti-Semitic, and that.
You're entitled to your view, Captain. But let me ask you this: why do you think there's such a division, in your opinion?
Oh my goodness! I mean, look at the I haven't given a lot of thought to this. It's a Friday evening, and I was looking for something to sort of listen to. If you look at the history of the Jewish race, I mean, I'm talking millennial kind of history, and the history of the black race, they seem to be very different to me. One African, one European. Forget the color of the skin. One is a focused religious perspective that drives a lot of things that are Jewish. For millennial, I'm not just talking about going to Bible study next week or anything like that. The blacks. I'm not saying blacks are anti-religious, but they don't have the religion as an ethnic group. They don't have the religious traditions that go back 4,000 years. So that may be one of the things that divide them. And I'm not, how divided are they? I don't know that it's. Do Jews and blacks, I'm an outside observer.
So are you not acknowledging the black Jewish man? Are you not acknowledging black Jews?
No, he just said all Jews are from Europe, too.
No, exactly. That's weird because in the Bible it clearly speaks of a black Jew.
Calm down.
It clearly speaks of the black Jews. I mean, I don't understand. So, I'm really curious.
Everybody mute up.
Because Jewish is a religion in a sense.
Fine, God. Hold on a second. Respectful. Now, if you respect me, I'm going to ask you to respect Captain Anson. Because if it wasn't for people like Captain Anson, we wouldn't have the freedom to have these conversations. This is a learning moment for all of us. So, Dan Howard, you want to say something to Captain?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying here's someone who talks a lot about the Great Divide, and that's kind of been his main theme on this platform and in many rooms across Clubhouse for the last few years. But yet that kind of comment, Anson, that is putting more fissure into that Great Divide. And I feel even just how you explained it, this perception that you believe Jewish people have money, that is a stereotype. And that's like me saying, hey, anyone over 80 is stupid and feeble and should be in a nursing home. And that wouldn't be a correct comment either. And it's just highly offensive. And I think you've got to do some soul searching just based on that comment. And that's just my view. I'm just sharing with you how I'm reacting to it. But it's a very offensive comment. And even how you were just trying to explain it, it just doesn't hold water to me. Thank you.
If I may add one additional thing.
Hold on, Pure, hold on, please. I'll come back to you. Captain Anson, why don't you just hang out for a few minutes, get your thoughts together, and I'll come back to you. And if you want to rebuttal, you're more than welcome to. But you're welcome in my space. I'm hoping that this is a learning experience for all of us. But Pure, before you go, I have to say hello to Yakov, my airplane guy. What's up, Yakov?
Hi. A little spicier than I thought. I think I'm gonna listen. And hello to everybody. Hello, JB.
Hello, Yakov. Fatima, hold on a second. Yakov, it's good to see you, my friend. I haven't spoken to you in a while. I hope everything's well with you and your family.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The only thing I'll say is it seems like a lot of retrospective discussion, not a prospective discussion, but how do we make things better? How do we work together? How do we... A lot of clubhouses looking in the past.
Yakov, you tell me, how do we make it better in your opinion?
I think that we get together as groups of people and try to solve problems and identify ways that one group of people can teach another group of people skill sets that they have that are transferable, both from the Jewish community to the Black community, from the Black community to the Jewish community. The longer we stay in silos and the longer we don't try to solve problems together, whether it's at the local level or the national level, the more we'll have this kind of, we'll be here 10 years from now in rooms like this. We really have to focus on solving problems and figuring out, it's like sunk costs in economics. Like, once you've invested in something, it's done. That shouldn't get in the way of your decision. But so it's like history. History's done. Like, we can't change what has happened in the past. We may regret a lot of things, but it's over. So the point is just focus on the future. And I would suggest that to the room, is figure out how we can not try to blame one another, but try to figure out how we can talk to one another and help one another. And maybe I don't know, maybe that's crazy thoughts, but that's my take on listening to this room for a little bit of time.
Thank you, Yakov. So Fatima, hold on one second. I'm going to come to you, I promise, Fatima, but I told Snoopy or whatever his name is, Pure, he can go next, and then I'll come to you. Get Pure.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I don't mean to beat up on Anson, but yeah, of course, the Jewish tribes that have existed for like thousands of years. But I'm just saying, in Africa, they have, probably hundreds of thousands of tribes or different groups of people and tens of thousands of religions, right? So, yeah, it's kind of apples and oranges, right? Africa's very, very diverse. But you already know that, anyways.
Well, here's my thing. Here's why I have no smoke with Anson. Not only because he served in the military and he kept our country safe, is the fact of the things he's saying, a lot of people say, right? And I'm not saying it makes it right, but let's take this as a moment to maybe teach him and he can teach us.
Hey, Jay.
Did you hear?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah?
Well, before we go teaching him, I would like to better understand why what he's saying is controversial. According to my research, Jewish Americans generally have a higher median income and net worth compared to average Americans. Studies show a substantial percentage of Jewish households report incomes of $200K or more, significantly higher than the overall U.S. adult population. They have a higher net worth. They have representation in wealth. They emphasize, and it's due to their emphasis on education, entrepreneurship, historical precedent, motivation, destiny, and literacy and culture. So I know it's a fact that they do have more money per capita than average Americans. So I don't understand how it's anti-Semitic. It seems to me like this is one of those cases where throwing around anti-Semitism is a little bit ridiculous when it's simply a fact that it's true that they're richer than average Americans.
Well, Mikey, let me just say this, and thank you for that, Chip. I didn't find what he said to be offensive. Me, JB, the cracker here in the corner. But other Jews might have, and I'm not saying what Anson's saying is wrong, but his lived experience, I don't know, has he been around a lot of Jewish people, or is it just a narrative that he's heard? So hold on,
if he's stating a fact, he shouldn't and call it anti-Semitic. That's just inappropriate. He is not anti-Semitic. He's stating a fact. Facts are facts. I'm sorry. If they're inconvenient because they support a stereotype, it doesn't make them not true. So let's talk about truth in here.
You got no. Like I said, I had no problems with what he said. Anthony, go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you, Mike. I have the research to back it up, but the question, it seemed to me, the question seemed to be, why is there a divide between the Jewish and the black community? Now, that's what I sensed when I came into the room.
That was the question, Captain.
And so I offered as a suggestion that inequality of wealth was perhaps one of the reasons that there was a divide between the two communities. I'm not saying that, I'm not calling one community better than the other. I was just suggesting that inequality of wealth, and if you don't want to talk about why there's a divide, but what do we have to do to heal the divide, then I would suggest that dealing with the maybe it's even just a perception of inequality of wealth. I don't know whether it is or not, but from what Mike just read, perhaps there is an inequality of wealth. And that usually generates resentments between tribes, between ethnic groups. And that was the only contribution I was trying to make. And I'm sorry if I pissed a bunch of people off, but I still believe that inequality of wealth is one of the reasons that we have part of the Great Divide, Howard. And how do we solve it? I don't have the slightest idea yet.
Well, we could start with you cashing in that pink ticket, Captain. Yakov, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think the data was correct. I was going to say to Mike that's exactly correct. But one of the most studied aspects of Jewish wealth creation is that it's not coming at the expense of coming from other people. It's creating generational wealth and investing in things that generate income as opposed to spending money on things that depreciate, and setting up our children for success. And it's the creation of generational wealth that has resulted in these comparison amounts that Mike was referring to. And for me, I think that's the biggest lesson that we can assist any other community with, which is how do you set up a system where even if it's $10 or $20, you start out with real strong discipline towards savings and towards
Yakov, and thank you for that. But let me just say this, man. Not you, right? Because I already know you're good with money, not because you're Jewish, but because you're smart. So let me just put that out there. But I think America has a problem with fiscal responsibility, and that's why we have so much credit debt, so much college tuition debt.
I agree.
And I think education would be really important to every community, not just the Jewish community, the Black community. But before we continue, I want to get Bibi and Harry back into the conversation and think what their thoughts are on the conversation. Bibi or Harry, are you guys there? Bibi, Harry?
Yo, little Moroccan, you there?
Listen, Your Majesty. All right, guys, we're gonna go popcorn style.
All right, wait. I want to say that I'm leaving. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm leaving. Okay. I didn't know this was like so serious. This conversation. I don't know anything about the conflicts between Black and people and people from Israel, Jews. I didn't know.
Well, I want to wish you a good night. I'm gonna help you leave. You're welcome back in here, Your Majesty. But we didn't need the announcement that you were leaving. There's a leave quietly button up there for a reason. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If you want to jump in, please do. If you're on stage, please ping people in. Go ahead, Pure, and then a list.
Thanks, buddy. Hey, Yaakov, long time no see. The Jews are not particularly unique in this sort of, there's been a lot of books written about quote-unquote middleman minorities, right? These are groups of people like, for example, Armenians, Indians, Chinese, Lebanese, especially the Cantonese. And so there's basically this group of people all around the world. The largest group is like these Cantonese Chinese that live near Hong Kong, right? They always did import-export between mainland China and like outside countries. And they always acted as middlemen. And they basically, what it is they were always hated by other Chinese people, and they were always hated by other people when they go into other countries. So, for example, in Malaysia and Indonesia, and in Thailand, and I think in Vietnam, if you're like Cantonese Chinese, in order to go to university, you have to get something like fucking 10% higher marks than like a Thai person to go into the same course, because they want to make things quote unquote more equal. Right. So the Jewish experience of like having to rely on families and how to like, being middleman persons, it's actually very, it's not unique to them.
Let me say this, man. Let me jump in for a second. It's just been my lived experience, right? I am so proud to be Jewish because of my family and the bond that we have. And I'm going to say, when I don't care what community you're part of, but when communities go through enough shit through history, that's going to really galvanize them to keep their families safe. And I believe that wholeheartedly. I think this division that's going on, and I see this division. I'm not saying in real life, but on this app, there's a great division between the Black community and the Jewish community, and I don't understand it. I don't. Because I know as many successful Black people on this app who have real success in life as Jews. So to me, I try to understand where it's coming from. Because what happened after October 7th was anti-Semitism was normalized in this world. There's shit that is being said now that nobody would ever have the nerve to say before October 7th. There was always these little whispers you would hear. Now, and on the flip side of that, racism has been normalized in America since America began. And I'm not saying it's right. I think these are things that we need to address. And we're stronger together than we are divided. So, Bibi or Harry, are you there?
Yeah, I can too.
I got you. Bibi, you've been listening to the conversation. What do you think about everything that's been said?
It's good. I don't really have anything to say right now. It's just it was just what Anson was saying earlier. Blacks are from Africa, Jews are from Europe. But then he explained himself. I don't know. I think this room. I think you're right. Ping as many people as you can. There's a lot of good Jews coming out of this room. It's educational, and right now I'm just sort of sitting there.
I appreciate you. Let me welcome Hadabra. I'm sorry, Lisa. I like to get the new speakers in, and I'll come back to you. Abra Hadabra, am I saying your name correct?
Yeah, you're saying my name right.
How you doing? Do you want to chime in?
Yeah.
Before you chime in and go on whatever rant you're gonna go on, I need you to cash that pink ticket in. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Jewish. I'm Black, and I grew up. We were not welcome here in LA. I'm living in LA. We weren't welcome to the Jewish community.
it's a pretty large community, Jewish community here in Los Angeles. And, you know, we didn't feel comfortable going to temple or anything because it was pretty much known that, you know, when you had darker skin, you weren't welcome to places like Mount Sinai Synagogue and West Hollywood. I'm not West Hollywood, in Westwood on Wilshire. You know, you in the Wilshire corridor area. You knew, you know, you weren't welcome there. People didn't say it, but you knew. You heard it through word of mouth. And, you know, you knew when you went in certain areas, you would get stares by so-called white Jews, European Jews, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I just didn't feel welcome because there's a lot of racism in the white Jewish community. And I think also how Jews move in this country, many white Jews move in this country, they seem to be extremely anti-Black. When I think about the, I forgot the name of that. It's called I think it's called the Fearless Fund. When you look at someone like that and you look at, here's a group of Black women that came together that created a fund to help fund startups for Black women, to help Black women get into business and help their business grow. And a powerful, wealthy Jewish man is there to shut them down, and then he's there to stop any type of legislation that would help Black Americans out. He's constantly challenging it. He's using his wealth to challenge it. And everything. It's like he has this angst, this hatred for Black people. And he would say, oh no, I just want to make sure that the Constitution, that the system lives up to the Constitution and what it says, but he targets exclusively Black people, and he actually stands in the way and impedes on Black advancement. This is one Jewish guy, but extremely powerful Jewish guy.
But let me ask you a question. And be honest, Rafi, I got you. But be honest. Who stood shoulder to shoulder with the Black community during the Civil Rights Movement?
Yeah, but if you even look at that, right? If you even look at the Civil Rights Movement, look at what Dr. King and them said during that time. One of the reasons why there was a breakdown in relationship amongst the Jewish leaders at that time and Black leaders is because, again, as Dr. King and many civil rights leaders said, was that Jewish people took on this attitude of Black maternalism, that, hey, white maternalism, that, hey, be quiet, let me tell you what to do. You follow what we do, and we know where to go. Just be quiet. We know better than you on where your destiny should be and how you should operate. And Dr. King famously said, we won't exchange one master for another when speaking about the Jewish community and the issues that they were having. So even when you talk about Dr. King and the Civil Rights Movement, and yes, there were Jewish people who laid their lives down, who died, they just found mass graves they keep finding, and they found some Jewish bodies in those mass graves. Warner and Shortman, I forgot his name, that died, that were murdered by the KKK. Because they were there helping to desegregate this country. So there's no denying of that reality. But even in that paradigm and that reality, as much as courageous as those men and women were who were Jewish that died and laid their lives down, they were amongst the Jewish leaders, there was still this angst, and there was still this divide that eventually broke down. And Dr. King was very vocal on why it broke down.
So let me ask you this: Is there any possibility of bridging this gap that's between the two communities? Because listen, I don't know if it's in real life because I haven't seen it in real life, but on this app, there's a great divide. How do we bring the divide to become closer instead of, punching down on each other? Because I got to be honest with you, I'm going to keep it real, not just because I'm a Zionist and I'm a proud Jew. It seems that a lot of the rhetoric, a lot of the hate, a lot of toxicity is kind of coming from certain segments of the Black community. Not all the Black community, but certain segments. How do we close that divide?
So I grew up, I've seen it in real life growing up in Los Angeles, growing up in even Hollywood, right? And seeing a lot of the most illustrious Black Americans that are celebrated around the world. you would often hear them talk about the anti-blackness that the Jewish community had in dealing with Hollywood and the Hollywood community, and the anti-black tropes and the anti-black images that many Jewish people contributed to and promoted throughout the world, dehumanizing us, right, as nothing more than criminals, as nothing more than lackluster humans. And this was talked about behind closed doors many times amongst the most illustrious, most celebrated Black folks. So I think one of the major problems that the white Jewish community is going to have to deal with is the level of fervor of anti-blackness that exists within the Jewish community.
Let me just say something real quick. So what I'm going to do, and we're going to be respectful to each other, is I'm going to hand the mic over to Abby, and you guys can have a dialogue. All I ask is that you're respectful to this young lady.
Hey,
Abby?
Hey, everyone. So, quick question for you. What shul were you growing up in?
I'm sorry, what?
What shul did you grow up in?
I can't hear you. What? I'm sorry, I'm outside.
What shul did you grow up in?
We grew up. I didn't grow up. Because we weren't able to access the Jewish community because of the anti-black.
You never went to shul?
We went to Chabad. You
went to the Chabad. Which Chabad did you go to?
And Culver City and Los Angeles. At times they were open.
So what was your parasha then?
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Were you bar mitzvahed?
No, I never got bar mitzvahed again.
But you went to Chabad. Were you a member of Chabad?
No, we weren't.
Hold on, Abby, 1 second. He said that he wasn't bar mitzvahed because of why?
Because often, again, we weren't able to access the Jewish community because of the level of anti-blackness that we engaged, that we received.
But you just said you went to Chabad in Culver City.
Yes, in Culver City, we went to Chabad, but again, we didn't feel welcomed often.
But you, in a Jewish family, and you're a boy, and you went to Chabad in Culver City, then they would insist that you have a parasha and you weren't
welcomed. We weren't welcomed.
So the Chabad didn't welcome you?
No.
That would be
antithetical.
That's not true. There's no way.
Yeah, that's very true. Tell me my experience.
I'm asking you. I'm just asking you.
No, the God is saying that's not true. Yes, we did not feel welcome. Yes, it was never. We were let know you're not welcome in this place.
Were your brothers bar mitzvah?
I don't have a brother. I don't have any brothers.
Were your parents? Did your mom and dad have a bar mitzvah?
My mom, no, she wasn't actually. My grandmother was, but my mom, she was bar mitzvah, but she didn't practice it. She ended up changing religions. She converted to Christianity.
So you were brought up Christian?
Only on in her 20s.
You were brought up Christian by her then?
But I picked it up later on. She later on began to try to raise me Jewish and ingratiate herself in the Jewish community.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I'm going to hand it back to Abby. Do you consider yourself Jewish?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
But your mom converted to Christianity, you said in her 20s, so
yes, and then she attempted to raise.
Yeah, did you go to church?
She attempted to. I grew up interfaith, so she attempted to raise me.
You went to church?
Yes.
And what kind of church?
Church of God in Christ, Kojic, because she wanted me to have some roots in the Black community, because she felt.
So when you went to church, you were following Jesus? Yeah. When you go to church.
It was more of a cultural experience, more than a religious experience.
So your Jewish connection was once in a while. You're saying going to a Chabad in Culver City, but you did nothing in your home to be Jewish because your mother was Christian.
We did observe Purim. We would go to, when we were invited to Purim events, we observed that. We did observe the Sabbath.
What did you do at Purim?
We went to Purim events. We just go in.
What did you do when you went?
What do you mean when we give?
Yeah, what did you do when you went to a Purim event? What did you do?
We'd go into the event. We'd go to the.
What happens at a Purim event?
Why am I getting? Wait, hold on.
No, she's just acting like she's not. She's just trying to understand what type of Judaism you practice. I want to know, what
what happened at the Purim event?
Wait. I want to know this.
What do you do when you hear the word
Why am I under interrogation? I see, this is another thing that I experienced growing up Jewish, right? It was the constant questioning to validate my Judaism based on my skin color. So it was always, well, how are you Jewish?
You just said you're Jew, and I'm not trying to figure out how you practice.
Let me give you an example.
I'd ask that of someone who's Asian too, and someone who's purple. It doesn't matter. Like you made a statement, and we're trying to qualify it.
Ma'am.
No, sir. You're making a statement, you're not qualified.
Can you allow me to speak? Often what we would do is we would get interrogated, right? How they would ask my mother, like, how are you Jewish? Was your mother Jewish? Was your grandmother Jewish, right? And they would only do this to my mother. They wouldn't do this to anyone else. They would even do it to my stepfather. Are you Jewish? Were your parents Jewish? We would get the third, and this is why we didn't feel welcome, because the constant interrogation, the constant othering, which is what pushed us out of the community and didn't make us comfortable within the community, which then we lost a lot of connections.
In order to be a member of Chabad, they would absolutely check your lineage. I mean, that's something that we do. That's part of our
Hold on one second. Hold on, everybody. Everybody. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now I'm gonna be as respectful as I can. Abba Hadama, whatever your name is.
Yeah.
Did the young ladies asking you literally the basic questions that if you're gonna say you're Jewish, any Jew should know? I'm just keeping it real with you, bro. So she's kind of calling cap on you because you can't answer the basic questions.
That's the point.
Hold on.
That's the anti-blackness that exists.
No, man, that's a victim. You know, I studied Judaism and I should say
Guys, I was still talking. Hold on a second. Let's not dogpile on him. Let's take this as an opportunity to learn from him or teach him. Can we do that? So please don't interrupt him. We're going to give him Yaakov. Hold on, brother. Give the gentleman a minute to say what he wants, and then I'm going to hand it to Abby. I know everybody wants to jump on this, but like I said, let's give this an opportunity to teach him or learn from him. Abraham, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. The othering, because we did not feel welcome because of the anti-blackness that exists within the white community. We were often pushed away. So the traditions and the practices that my mother was trying to ingratiate me in and community, we didn't have because we weren't welcome into the Jewish community. And often when you talk about synagogues and things like that, we didn't discover like Ethiopian synagogues until much later into my adulthood, where we were told, even by Ethiopian Beta Israel Jews, that hey, no, we don't go to their synagogues. Yes, there's a clear separation. So even within that community, we were told that there's a separation between whites and Jews. Even amongst Persians, I learned Persians and white Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, there's a separation. But we at the time,
you mentioned Temple Sinai. Do you know who attends Temple Sinai in Beverly Hills?
Hold on. We only knew of that community. And so when we attempted to go into that community, and my mother took me in as a child to ingratiate me in that community so I can learn traditions and I can practice the high holidays, we were not welcomed. And so because my mother had converted to Judaism and Christianity, that's what she reverted back to.
You said you went to Purim events, that you did that as a child. So what did you do at Purim events when you went?
We just went to Purim events.
What happens at Purim events?
The rabbi would say a prayer. We'd be under, I forgot just now, with the tent or the object that they would put up.
That's
yes, they would put the sukkah up, and we'd have that event.
So Purim has nothing to do with that, and there's something very, very unique about Purim. And anyone, probably whether they're Jew or non-Jew, that walks into a Purim event, it would be the first thing they would say out of their mouth, which you didn't say. So it makes me wonder if you ever went to a Purim event. But you just said, and by the way, Temple Sinai, who my friend happens to be the rabbi, is half Persian and half non-Persian, regular non-Persian Jews and Persian Jews, and they're all together at that temple. So I really don't know where you're coming from with that, but I really question, you grew up Christian, And now to say that you can opine on being a black Jew, we have lots of black Jews that are on the app, and they say something very different. And there's black Jewish synagogues. There's a black Jewish synagogue in the city I grew up.
Counselor, can I jump in for 1 second?
But this guy did not know, and he cannot confirm. So when you come into a Jewish world,
according to the Torah, you're not even supposed to do.
We do ask you.
Once again, the anti-blackness, you see what she just did. She, because of my skin color.
Now I could.
Hold on a second. Hold on, everybody mute up for a second.
And this is what I experienced. You see it live. You see it live. What I experienced.
Am I speaking French? Guys, mute up for a second. Okay? Hold on, Rafi, I got you, but I want to go to Alif. Alif, are you there?
Aleph, my
I'm a moron. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, as a Jew, I don't care if somebody's black, white, yellow, orange, green, purple. Makes no difference to me. Absolutely no difference to me at all. But the fact that this guy, and I would say the same to a white guy, a purple guy, a yellow, a blue, it doesn't matter. The fact this guy says he's Jewish, but he can't, as Abby said, and asked him, what is the first thing that you notice about a Purim party? What is it we do in Purim? Well, I'll tell you what we do in Purim. We dress up. We read the Megillat Esther. Every time the name Haman is mentioned, yeah, exactly. We boo. We jeer. So this, it's very unfortunate, sir, that if you are Jewish.
Oh, he got a phone call.
Everybody,
hold on.
This is what black people have to deal with who are Jewish.
Okay,
hold on.
Because you're not.
You're anti-black, and that's why you're having this disrespect.
Hold on a second. I'm going to say one thing, man. People can say whatever they want about Abby. One thing you're not going to say is that she's anti-black. That's so stupid. I gave you plenty of grace and space to hang yourself. You did a hell of a job. If you want to come back up, just don't be intellectually dishonest. Can you do that? Rafi, go ahead, Rafi.
I'm interrupting. I've been trying to get something out, and I wanted Abby to actually hear this one. He made a statement that in California there was a organization for black women to help them start up businesses. And he said that there was a Jewish man that went out of his way to constantly shut them down. And I wanted to ask him about this Jewish man, if he can come back up. Some questions, how he was shutting them down, what cases was he bringing to the courts, because I know they wouldn't open the case if there was nothing valid behind it. Like, if there's nothing behind it, they would say, listen, you don't have a case, we're not going to waste court's time. So I just want to bring him up and ask him, who was this Jewish man that he's speaking about?
I just want to know the specialty dish he ate for Yom Kippur.
So,
can I speak to that's not an anti-black thing and explain?
Yeah. Wait. Before you do that, Yaakov, let me invite him back up. Go ahead, Yaakov.
Okay, I don't think it was an anti-black thing. It's a concern about people who are trying to come into our temples and our communities and proselytize and convert people. Just last week, there was a Christian missionary who in Israel was outed by an organization that tries to find these people, who was dressed up as a Haredi Jew and was in B'nai Brak and running around with all of the other Haredim Jews, and he was proselytizing and baptizing on the side. This is a real fear. It's not a fear of black people. You're Jew by one of two means. You have your mother or your mother's mother. Your mother's Jewish, or you convert through a known organization. Absent that, you're not a Jew. It's not something you can just say. So there may be some pushback because they were concerned about your commitment to the faith, or they were concerned about some form of proselytation, but I tell you, it was not based on your skin color. It was based on actions or things that they perceived. I'll leave it at
Well,
that.
let me just say this.
100%.
Hold on. I invited him back up. He's more than welcome to come up. All I ask is that you don't dogpile on him. He will hang himself. Go ahead, Rafi.
No, I just wanted to say something to Yaakov. Me, I am part of many synagogues in my area. Bibi knows one of them. I'm in different communities where I lived. I stayed in contact with all the rabbis. I followed as much as I can. And even after many years of being in a Jewish community, and all the rabbis know me by my first name, when I had to, I was engaged, and I had to prove that I'm Jewish, even though I attended almost every holiday, high holiday, at the shuls. They all knew me. I participated. I read out of the Torah, but I still had to prove my Judaism, and it took months for me to prove my Judaism. They had to contact my grandmother. That's my mother's mother. Thank God she's alive to help out in that process. She lives in Germany. We had a person from Canada contact Israel, and Israel contacted another rabbi in Germany to help. They came to my grandma's house. They questioned her like she was, like an FBI agent. But I did it to prove my Judaism, because we take religion very serious. It's not just we can go say a few words and we become Jewish. We don't, as a white person, I had to jump obstacles to prove my Judaism.
Yeah. And just to speak on this, because I have an interesting angle to it, I studied Judaism for about a year and a half here in Calgary, and it's not a black thing, man. Honestly, there was black students in there studying all the holidays, a little bit of Hebrew, Jewish history. You got to do it, and it may seem, because we live in the West, right? We don't have really, really deep traditional things. It may seem very conservative, and it is conservative because they got their traditions, and that's the way it is. All right, that's like every culture that's older than 1,000 years old. They're gonna have their way of doing things, and there's only one way. You got to do it their way. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm Jewish." You can't just say that, right? And so, if your mom was having a hard time, felt like they were giving her a hard time, I feel like it may have been this misunderstanding between feeling excluded, but also Jews I found them to be very welcoming, but they just lay out the groundwork. They're just like, this is what you got to do. Come on in. But it's like Rafi was saying, they got their rules, and they apply it to everybody. There's no exception. And yeah, Purim's fun because you get to fucking wear whatever you want, and then get wasted and have a good time.
I like the fact that you could eat.
Everybody, hold on, please. BB, I apologize, but Nai's been trying to jump in, and I definitely want to hear from her. Nai, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on provide some information for the guy, I think it was Rafi, who was asking about the Fearless Fund, because I've had to cover this actually, and he was asking, he wanted to know more about it. Yeah, the Fearless Fund was sued by the American Alliance for Equal Rights, and that is a non-profit group that was founded by conservative activist Edward Blum, B-L-U-M. He sued the Fearless Fund. The Fearless Fund had a grant contest limited to Black women-owned businesses only, and he sued, claiming that the contest violated the Civil Rights Act of 1866. September 2024, I'm reading this part on Google, the Fearless Fund settled the lawsuit with the American Alliance for Equal Rights, agreeing to permanently close the contest and not reopen it. So, if anybody wants to know more information, you can just Google Fearless Fund lawsuit, Edward Blum, B-L-U-M, and the Black women-owned business contest that they ran, that he fought tooth and nail to have shut down because he didn't like the fact that it was limited to Black women-owned businesses. So that's a little bit of more information to the person who...
Thank you, Nai. I appreciate the information. Let me welcome Lonnie to the stage. Lonnie, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. The mic is yours.
Great room. I just came up for a minute to clarify something that was said having to prove that you're Jewish. I had to prove I'm Jewish, and I look like my picture. I'm white. My parents are both Jewish. I moved to a different place. It was a different congregation. I had to prove it. I had to show both my parents ketubah that they were Jewish, that they were married as Jews. I was not offended. I actually felt pretty proud of it. So I just want to clarify, it has nothing to do with color, having to prove that you're Jewish. I don't say that he did not experience some kind of bias or whatever, but I can't even begin to understand what Black people go through. But I can say that regarding proof of being Jewish, it has nothing to do with color. Thank you.
Hey, Lonnie, I want to say hi.
Hey, Abby.
Yeah, I wanted to, my apologies, ladies. I also wanted to understand what he meant by anti-Blackness or anti-Blacks, whatever it is, particularly when it comes to a religion that is, grounded in particular traditions. Because, like, I'm from East Africa, I don't really consider myself Black. I mean, I look like I might be Black, et cetera, but I was not considered Black. We didn't identify ourselves as Black until, I came to the United States of America. That's their caste system. So, like, I wanted to understand what man meant by anti-Blackness to the extent that, there's people with my skin tone in Ethiopia, in Israel, that are Jews. You know what I'm saying? So, and at the end of the day, and even within my tribe, amongst my tribe, like, you can't say you're a member of my tribe and our traditions and not be able to prove so. So, hey, if you're being thrown through the ringer, crying anti-Blackness, it does not really help your case. And no offense, it kind of presents that sentiment of, when I think it was Mike that was bringing it up, right? That if you're presenting a fact and then you're calling it anti-Semitism, doesn't make it not a fact. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think the gentleman's, trope with the anti-Blackness part was coming, with a similar sense of the anti-Semitism side of it when it's crying wolf. Because there are both sides. Yeah, the sides of, racism and the actual anti-Semitism. But yeah, I want to know what the fuck man's meant by anti-Blackness.
Let me jump in real quick. So it's just my opinion. I don't speak for anybody else. But Jews, any Jew I know, will readily admit that that racism exists. We can't deny it, right? Just because we don't participate in it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But I find that there's a large segment, and if it don't apply, let it fly, people, of the Black community will not admit that anti-Semitism is a real thing, and it permeates through this world right now. And to me, that's one of the big problems is the division between the two communities.
I think it's only human. I can imagine, if you're Black in America and people were ill-treating you, and you felt ill-treated or excluded from something, you might come to the conclusion that it's anti-Black, right? But not necessarily that it's the case. And I think everybody has their defenses up when we live in a culture where these tropes and insults against certain groups of people. I think it's just human to be like that. But it's good that you guys explained that split the difference.
Poodle, let me explain what happens. So this dude said he went to Chabad. If someone walked into Chabad and wanted to get married and wanted to marry a Jewish person, and the Chabad was going to be performing the ceremony, they are Orthodox. It is against Jewish law for them to perform a ceremony of a Jewish person and a non-Jewish person. They can't do it. So they will check the background and the Jewish status of the person coming in asking to get married. They have to, because it's against Jewish law and for sure for Orthodox. My conservative rabbi will not marry a Jew to a non-Jew. A Reform rabbi will do it, but a conservative rabbi will do the same thing. They will ask to see proof of religion in order to perform the marriage. So that is a reason one of the reasons, and there are many, but that's one of the reasons why that's asked, because you would be having the rabbi cannot, and the rabbi has an obligation to make sure that in fact he is marrying people of the same faith, and that's how he practices his religion. And if you want that rabbi in that Chabad to perform the wedding. So I hope that explains it. But, you know, I don't even...
Yeah.
It's like,
even for minyans, you need 10 Jews, so they're going to ask.
Yes, they're going to ask.
And,
We all go through it.
And even like, to say out of all types of shuls, like Chabad, the least,
right?
full of black Jews, Chinese. I've seen Chinese, Korean Jews, Indian Jews. I'm a very dark Jew. I'm North African. I've never seen any. If anything, I've seen like welcoming arms, but they do want to know if your mother's Jewish, and they just want to know because think about this: they're having a minyan, and there's 10 men there, and 2 of them aren't Jewish. That's not a minyan.
Right. And if you want to become Jewish, nobody's going to stop you, right?
Same with a bar mitzvah, by the way. They can't conduct a bar mitzvah, not only a marriage, and that's what he spoke of before.
Yeah, it's halachic laws. You know what I mean?
It's just against Jewish law.
When someone dies, and you have to have 10 people there to do the minyan for the service for the dead, they have to. So they have to check that of those 10 people, they are actual Jews.
Even the pallbearers have to be Jewish.
They have to be Jewish. That's our religious law. Like it, or not like it. That's our tradition.
And let me jump in. That he was turned down at the door, because anyone can walk into a synagogue and pray and be there. No one will kick you out, but to be accepted into the community, into the congregation, you have to prove that you're Jewish. It's just, you can't join the minyan or have a bar mitzvah or get married. So they need to make sure. And if you felt like, a third degree was going on, they have to do that. It's part of being Jewish.
Lonnie, let me jump in real quick, because I haven't done a test since I opened the room. I'm gonna do one right now, and then we'll continue the conversation. Guys, if you're on stage, please ping people in. This is community conversations and collaborations. It is not healthy debates. This is community conversations, collaborations. You have a pink ticket, please cash it in. Poodle, cash your ticket in, you cheap fuck. Can Jews and blacks have a civil conversation? We're trying to find that out now. Poodle, mute up, please.
I'm just trying to figure out how to cash the thing in. What the fuck?
Dude, you can make perfumes around the world and you don't know how to cash a ticket in? Anyway, guys, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. We're going to be hosting spaces like this all the time. I want to thank the co-mods for holding it down with me. Sentinel, Miguel, Ashley, cash in your ticket. Elizabeth. We got Thug Bully in the house. I'm surprised he's being so quiet. Rena, good to see you, Rena. Long time no see. Keith, how you doing? Hakima. Guys, I like to get some different voices up on stage because, right now, this looks like a nice Jewish prayer circle going on. I need to get some diverse voices up here. So until they come up, let's do we got Braulio. Am I saying that right?
Yeah. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Braulio, do you want to chime in that you came to the stage?
I'll wait a few minutes. Just come in, and Mike is my friend. Mike.
Just while you wait, I just want to let everybody know, for people that don't know how to cash in your ticket, what JB's talking about, at the top of the screen where you see the house name, it's community conversation. You click that, it's going to say join house. That's how you cash in your ticket.
Oh, dude, I did that. I don't know why.
So you probably just have to leave the room, come back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or Poodle, you can leave the room and not come back. But go ahead. Oh, he came back, unfortunately.
There we go.
All right, guys.
Thanks.
We're going to go popcorn style, guys. We have a one mic policy. Please respect the one mic policy. If one of the mods come off, especially the ladies, please stand down and let them speak. Yeah, Rafi.
No, that was an accident, brother.
Rafi?
No, I said it was an accident. I am mic by accident.
Okay, guys, we'll go popcorn style. If you're on stage, ping people in. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Elizabeth? Long time no see. LS, good to see you. Fatima is back. Your Majesty, good to see you, Your Majesty. Abraham, whatever your name is, Abrahadabra. Bro, if you want to come back up, man, stand on your square and claim to be a Jew, be my guest. But you got some really good Jews here that they'll teach you if you're willing to learn.
So hold on. Let me say this to you. First of all, she's not even supposed to question. Yeah, she's not even supposed to question a person's Judaism. That's she's not even supposed to do that. But I purposely act ignorant because I wanted to show everyone. When all the white Jews were coming up and they were talking about the anti-Semitism that exists in black communities or in black spaces, no one quantified or qualified their Judaism, right? No one questioned them. But because I identified myself as black, I was othered. And the point of me doing that was to show that when it comes to black Jewish people, they are often othered and they were often questioned to affirm and to prove their identity and to prove their Jewishness. And my lived experience, that only happens to non-black Jews, to non-white Jews. Are you a Jew? Yes, sir, I am, yes.
Okay. So it's interesting, Jay, because we've had a lot of rooms where we have people that would say they're Jew.
You're very anti-black.
And we had an Arab guy that came in. He said he was a Turkish Jew and happened to have been to the big shul in Istanbul. It's pretty famous. So I asked a couple questions and he said, oh yeah, that's where I go. And I asked him about the entrance because it's very specific and very unique. And he had no idea what I was talking about. And then we started asking more questions, and eventually the guy got exposed to being Algerian, not Turkish, and it was all a ruse. So it is very pertinent when someone says it to ask questions. I was actually asking to try to gauge what his background was and if he had exposure to the religion and what his exposure was, which was clearly all a lie that he was saying, and it was all fabricated. And it came out like, again, like a first-year law student could do this. This was pretty funny to hear how he caved and how he couldn't answer these questions. And then he started like backtracking and just absolutely fell apart. I will ask this of anyone that says it, and we've actually had it often in rooms where people will try to come into our spaces, say this, and either, as Yaakov said, most of the time they're not proselytizing. They're coming in and then they're trying to take a position of a Jewish person that finds all this harm with other Jews, which is what you're trying to do, and none of us fell for it. And you absolutely are not Jewish. You're lying about it. And then in the chat, you just said that you were doing this as an experiment. So it's really, why don't you just be honest, say what you were trying to do, if you had what your agenda was, but it was very obvious, and you didn't really hold up that well.
So Abby, my point of
to say you go to Purim events and you don't even know that that's our Halloween, that you would walk into a room full of costumes is kind of interesting and clearly transparent.
Right. So my point of acting obtuse was to show how you other. Abby, I've been in rooms with you many times. You have attempted many times on this app.
I have no idea who you are.
I know. We've never engaged. I've just said it. Abby, I've said in many rooms in the audience to listen to you. You have a habit of attacking non-white Jews, right? Particularly in questioning their Judaism.
That's not true. I'm going to stand up for you. You're a liar. You're a liar.
Hold on, sir. That's not true. That's a fact.
You're a liar, and you're doing this. I'm going to mute you right now because you did this whole game for a fucking sick game. You need to take some responsibility for your actions, and you're lying right now. You're trying to assassinate your character. You're lying.
Honest about your anti-blackness, and you need to be honest about the anti-blackness that exists in the white Jewish community, and take accountability for it, and stop trying to deny it. You try to have a room where you try to be disingenuous and engage black people, and when someone that's black and Jewish got on your step. Yes, you was
nobody believes anything you say. Everybody, hold on 1 second. I just have to say this, right? I'm gonna let you guys go at it. He's a grown man. He can stand on his own square. But I have to say this. Let me say your name again. Abradabra. I fight with my own community. Like I get beat up by my own community. But one thing I will say, dude, and I'm gonna try to be as respectful as possible. You don't strike me as a dumb guy, but you have to see how disrespectful what you're trying to do to my community, myself, and my friends in this room. It really is disrespectful. And I know I don't know if you're trying to gaslight, but I can't hold them back because you're lying on us and our people.
It's more hate, I'm sorry to say, than for being dumb. He just has hate in him. That's all it is. Because again, he was just proven he's not a Jew. And if there was a black Jew, he would know the answers to what we asked. And he would be a black. Since we met a lot of black Jews on this app, we asked them the same questions as they would ask us, but we would have
That's a lie. You only ask them.
Between each other. Just on we own.
That's a lie. You
other than Jews were designed to ask
Wait, Rafi, hold on.
You know you're not supposed to question anyone.
Abraham, let me ask you this, and because I need some clarity, right? And I'm asking everybody, just respect the space, let the man speak. We already know what it's about, but when you say other than, what does that mean? Give me your definition of what that means to you.
Othering. Right, so I'll give what I said. There was a lot of truth in what I said, right? So growing up, I noticed in the white Jewish community, what tends to happen, and this is not me, I'm not the only black Jew that says this, even non-black Jews that are non-white Jews have had this experience, is that white Jews like Abby, right, like to give this litmus test and question people based off of their Judaism, and they received it all their life. That's why the Jewish community is not together in LA, right? When it comes to white Ashkenazi or white European Jews, they're not together. They are separate, right? The Beta Israel people have their own places of worship and their own communities. The same thing with Persians, and I've heard this over and over again for most of my life. People like Abby, who other people of color, when they push back or when they say something that, or when they come into
I'm not going to let you do this, dude. I'm not going to let you do this.
No, I'm not going to hold on. I'm not going to hold on. Because BB's right. You're disparaging this woman's character. And one thing I know for a fact, Abby has a lot of character, and she's a moral person. And, when it strikes me, I'm going to keep it real, right? I think strong, intelligent white women trigger you. And that's a you problem, nobody else's problem. Guys, I have a poll up, vote on it. We're going to go popcorn style.
I do want to share something. I had a case many years ago that was in my firm of a woman that it was Chabad, that went to the Chabad, was insisting on her kid being bar mitzvahed, and the Chabad, which again is Orthodox, needed to check the Judaism and to make sure that they were about to do a bar mitzvah of a Jewish family. She was Iraqi. When they did, they tried to get information from her, and when they started to question what the family background was and the synagogue background, as it came out, she was a Muslim. She was not a Jew, and she was very, very much a Jew hater, very problematic, and she was trying to penetrate into the community. And she was also not well, and it ended up in some very strange litigation. That's a whole other story. But this has nothing to do with someone being black. This actually was, someone who wanted harm in the community, and she was an Iraqi woman. So it is absolutely common and important within the community, whether you're a rabbi or you're someone who's just someone in the community, to question this and to make sure that those I's are dotted and those T's are crossed, especially in a religious community. And something like Chabad, when he said that, no.
Well, Abby,
risk. That's how it works.
Abby,
Like it or not, that's how it works.
Abby, let me ask you a question, right? And I say this respectfully because I have the utmost respect for you. The question, the title to the room is, can can Jews and blacks have a civil conversation? And the reason I brought this up is because maybe not in real life we don't see it because we're not really, our communities, we stay with our family and this one and that one. But on this app especially, there seems to be a great division between the two communities. And I'm trying to understand why, because I feel that our communities have more similarities than differences. So how do we bridge those differences, Abby?
JB, like someone else said, I don't see it in real life. I mean, I grew up in a city that's got a big Jewish community and big black community, and our neighborhoods were mixed. Our communities were mixed. I'm back there a lot, and I don't see it. We have a good relationship, and I grew up that way in just a mixed community. So I don't see it like I hear it on the app. On the app, I think it just attracts some pretty insidious people that just have this anger in them, like we just heard, that want to incite and cause issues where there shouldn't be. And then there are people that that are in this room that are wonderful, that we have like normal conversations. We talk about everything. So I just think there's some bad apples that come on the stage. But in real life, I don't know. I'm a Philly girl. I know you hate that, but
I don't, and I love Philly. I just don't like this.
We're fine. Like our communities, and we have, by the way, there's a very, very famous black synagogue that's, I'm trying to remember the name of the rabbi there. I think it's called Beth El. That's been there for years and years. In good relationship within the community. Like, I don't know.
I agree with a lot of things you're saying. One thing I disagree is I hate that you're a Philly guy. I love Philly. I love the food. I love the people. I just don't like the sports teams. But I'm going to make a statement and tell me if you agree or disagree, and then after you, everybody can answer the question. Do you feel that Clubhouse really is a microcosm of real life? Because I do.
I don't know. I think it attracts some pretty, as I said, concerning people. So I mean, are there concerning people in real life? Yes. Are there dangerous people in real life? Yes. Do we hang out with them in our our day to day? Usually not. We would avoid them, but we obviously encounter them in here. I just I don't think I've ever heard it this bad as I hear it when I come in these rooms. So I don't know. Maybe I'll choose.
It's Rabbi Lee Daly in Philly.
Pardon?
Rabbi Lee Daly.
Is that the rabbi at Bethel? Yeah, that's the black synagogue. It's been there for a long, long time. Oh, no, I don't know, Jay. If I knew the answers, I would tell you, but I know that a Jewish man ran the NAACP for decades, Kivi Kaplan, and you can Google and read about how he basically took the NAACP from its founding and grew it, and how many Jews were involved in funding and making sure the NAACP evolved. The same thing with the Southern Poverty Law Center. I mean, the relationship is there. It's documented. You don't have to hear it from me. You could just read about it. So you could either have hatred or you could have the communities and how they've worked together.
I have a question for the room.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Kanye West contributed to a lot of this hatred on Clubhouse towards Jews?
I think he contributed to fucking crazy ass anti-Semitism in North America in general. Definitely. In North America, yeah. Because he probably contributed to fucking teenagers and kids in their 20s. Kids that never really heard or grew up with anti-Semitism, and now he heard it. Now they're on 17-year-old kid listening to rap music. They hear Kanye West say something stupid, and then they go online and then they read about all these conspiracy theories concerning Jews, right? So he definitely sowed the seeds in the younger people. Yeah.
You guys remember his store that he had open for 8 hours, where he was selling swastika t-shirts, right?
He's crazy, man. He's crazy, man. BB, like I said, I
I don't know. All of you guys are a really nice group of people here, and this is a very civil discussion. I don't particularly like Netanyahu, but there are some genuinely crazy anti-Semitic people in this world for sure. I just came across a crazy podcast with one. I actually brought it to Abby's attention. I threw it in the back chat there, Abby, to you. But yeah, I think like genuine. I think there is a rise of people. I don't know. Anyways, this is not what the conversation's about. But yeah, he's nuts. He's crazy, and he's no good for anything. He's not good for culture in general, for anything. Not good for culture, man.
But a reset to not a reset, but to the title of the room that JB made tonight. I think it's a really good room. Do you guys think that it's more prevalent on Clubhouse as opposed to in your real life, on your day-to-day? Again, I'd like to hear from more people that are in the bottom there. Don't be like, I see you guys typing in the chat. It's great, but we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you really have to say about this, or what you think. Do you think it's a problem? Or do you think it's only on social media, or do you think it's happening in real life? Do you think it doesn't exist in real life? Like, I want to hear perspectives.
I think it's definitely more prevalent on the app, because the app gives people a layer of anonymity where they could just spew what they really feel. You know, listen, I don't know anybody stupid enough to walk up to a black person and call them the N-word. I don't know anybody stupid enough, to walk over to a Jewish person and use the K-word. You know, the internet gives people muscles. You know, they're brave. Socrates once said it's easy to be brave from a distance. And these phones keep us distant from each other. Lord, you wanted to jump in? Go ahead, bro.
No. I was just gonna tie that into what you asked earlier about whether the Clubhouse is a microcosm, and to that effect, it is, right. It is a microcosm of the real world. It just has that distance. That's all it is. You have that net. You have the net of the internet, because at least with Clubhouse, we can read each other's comments and hear each other's voices and each other's rhetoric. And we can ascertain, the people that we really want to connect with one way or another. So it is a microcosm of the real world. It's just that net for when shit goes to.
I find Clubhouse can be dangerous. I mean, that's why I let my real identity through. Like, everybody knows who I am. You can Google me. And so for that reason, I really try to say what I think and think what I say. Like, I'm careful. Like, I wanna use it as a tool to really sharpen my thoughts. But there's weird people that, like, maybe they actually really think what they say on Clubhouse, and then they hide behind the name. Like, that's concerning. Like that crazy.
I definitely say what I think. I do not sugarcoat what I think, and that's again to JD's point of it being a microcosm of the real world, right? Because even as much like I don't know if Creed is still here, but yeah, that gentleman earlier saying he was, I was just playing dumb, blah blah blah. No, bro. All of us who are listening could hear it. We can hear it. However you want to present it, however you want to code it or dress it up, we can hear it. So at the end of the day, and I think the people that are not true to what they're saying, they're not on this app. They'll stay in the audience. They'll not get on stage. They'll just be in the background. We learned. I've been on Clubhouse since late 2020, early 2021. And the people that were full of shit are gone. They were run off the app. They disappeared.
If you allow me for a second to give the last guy a bit of grace. So you can imagine if his mother approached his synagogue and she wants to learn stuff, and then she took it in, like she interpreted the questions that were put to her as being anti-black, because I can just imagine if you're in North America, if you're a black person, right, and if you've been treated badly, then you're kind of always on the lookout for that. I mean, it's only a human thing, right? Try to get the nuance of what I'm saying here.
Yeah, but
and
what if she was a blonde Swede that walked in? Do you think the rabbi would ask the same question?
I do.
You understand
I do. I do.
They're gonna okay, if you want to profile.
Absolutely.
So come on. Yeah.
No.
Korean, and she walks in. They're
I
going to
do.
ask the same question.
They will. That's not what I'm saying, Abby. Try to get the. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to catch the nuance here. I'm saying it's in her head. I'm saying that if you grow up in an environment and you have been mistreated, right, because of the way you look, then if you're mistreated again, you might just jump to conclusion, right? I completely agree with you. Like, for example, when I was in Japan, right, because Japan is 99.999% Japanese, and like I'm like the one white guy in the town. If I sit on the train, and then someone that I was sitting next to gets up and moves over and goes sit somewhere else, I have no idea the real reason they got up to move to the other place. It's just my perception. If I was in a bad mood, I would think to myself, oh, okay, yeah, this person doesn't like me because I'm not Japanese, right? So you're always navigating your interpretation of the environment. I'm not arguing against your point whatsoever, Abby. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, but you have, like, people are just not getting it. We have the right. No one has the right to tell us how to be Jewish.
I agree.
In our religion, this is part of it. This is part of it. And if you ask a rabbi to marry two people, it is a hate. It is a sin in our religion for an Orthodox rabbi to marry two people that are not of the faith. That's just how it is, like it or not.
I agree.
That's it. Dr. Jordan came in.
You broke up, Abby. Let me say hello.
Sorry,
Let me say hello.
Jordan. Go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what was said.
Jordan don't pay attention. Don't worry about him. But I want to say hello to the Preceptor. How you doing, the Preceptor? The Preceptor, are you there? Okay. Dr. Jordan, what's up, Doctor? How's things in Cali?
Good. I was just at the gym. I'm resting. I'm exhausted.
Well, you're old as fuck, so you gotta be careful of the gym. Just saying.
Okay.
Thank you, Jordan. We got Timok on stage.
What, do you want my commentary on what I heard, or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were paying attention. By all means, go ahead.
No, actually, for once I was paying attention. I think that, in North America, well, in the United States, with the large concentrations of Jews on the West and East Coast, right? Like, how do I put this? I think when you get into rural America and like there's some things that within the Jewish community we normalize, and so I think that plays a role. Like a cognitive bias is going to be stronger, or a cognitive distortion may be stronger the more insulated or insular you may be. And I may be wrong about this. So I think people need to kind of also consider the demographics when they're talking about intermingling with people outside of the community and their history of exposure, right? Because when I traveled to places where there weren't a lot of Jewish people, I wouldn't say that I would code switch, but I was certainly either more on guard or perhaps adopted different ways of engaging with people because I was trying to step into the shoes of someone who was more or less familiar with my background. So I think some of these things have to be taken into consideration.
I tell you what, Jordan, I went to the Florida Panhandle one time, caught a flat tire, and you could just feel the anti-Semitism in the air. It's bananas. I can't even really explain how crazy that situation is. One day I'll tell you that story.
Let me say something really funny, or not? It's not actually funny. There's a case going on right now in South Florida, the Danny Markle kind of trial, which is it kind of captured my attention just because it's a high-profile Jewish family from Miami, and it's a tragic story, but there's something to be said for this couple was working out of Tallahassee, both lawyers at Florida State University, the husband very accomplished. And one of the reasons that I think the general public doesn't quite understand this story, and I'm not excusing the horrific crime that took place.
Wait, is this the wife that the wife or her mother had the husband killed?
Yeah. The mother-in-law, like the daughter, really wanted to get out of Jacksonville, and it kind of speaks to this, right? I'm not saying you kill someone because of it, but to be in to be in Tallahassee as a Jewish person is a lot different than being a Jew in Miami, right? And so the public watching this trial doesn't really understand the context, and this doesn't excuse any of what transpired, but because you're in the Panhandle, it made me think of that trial and how discrepant these two sociocultural centers are within the state of Florida.
Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you. Let me try the Perceptor one last time. Perceptor, you there? All right, let's go to the movie star. Ty Mark, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing there, JB?
Doing fantastic. And yourself?
I'm great.
Bro, are you enjoying this amazing weather in New York or what?
It's the best. Amazing. I wanted to comment because that guy, this clubhouse is fascinating. And you talk to, and you ask the question about what do you think about, is this a representation of, the real world outside? It can't say exactly because, I would think it would be a good idea for people not to use these fake names and them to be who they really are. This way, that when they come into rooms, and to a certain degree, they're verified, right? But this guy and others come into rooms and they use whatever excuse that they don't use their real names, right? And they could say anything out of the side of their mouth. I've seen that guy in a few rooms, and he's committed to what he's committed to, and a lot of it's just trash. And it takes a certain character, to be that way. Yeah. So I really think that Clubhouse should rethink who they allow to be in these rooms with these fake names. That's the most that was bugging me a bit. I said, have some real names, no more fake names.
Bro, you're saying it to the choir. Clubhouse, by the way, I don't know if people are familiar with it, have changed the terms of service, and starting in the new year, they may request people to verify who they are. I think that's fucking amazing, bro.
Yeah,
I think it's good too. Yeah.
That's what it should be.
Well, I think it's terrible because what has happened is at the beginning of this app, when it was invite only, people were coming on here under their real names, their own businesses, their bios were actually who the person were. But once all that doxing shit started, people were getting signed up for the military, people were calling people's jobs, reporting false claims on, all the goofy shit started happening to people, then people began to guard their identities. Now, everybody that has a fake name isn't actually hidden. They're just not being transparent to the weirdos that are on here. It's a lot of weirdos that have grown on this app since its inception. There were plenty of celebrities on it. I'm talking about actors, actresses, singers, writers, producers, real people, real lives that really use this thing for what it was initially started out for. But now, people have to guard their identities because it has changed. It's changed into some goofy shit, whole bunch of sensitive ass, fake motherfuckers on here, talk a good one on the mic, really ain't about that life. So you just gotta guard your identity. You can be genuine, you can have a conversation that's fruitful on this app, even under the guise of thug bully. You can have a fruitful conversation. But to sit here and vie for people to put their real information out there as this shit has turned goofy, I wouldn't suggest that at all. I'm done speaking.
So is that your real information, Thug? Is that who you are?
Who I am is who you're talking to. That's who I am. The name, right, is just a name for the app. So if you can't discern a serious conversation out of a person because of these names, just like the PTRs, they got some weird ass PTRs up here. People looking like cartoons, and you got some guys that fucking are perverted. They like them women with the fake titties and the
the cartoon looking images, they probably jerk off to that shit. I don't know. But you gotta just think about what you come on here for. If you're a person that come on here looking for somebody's real name, I question you. I'm done speaking.
Hey, can I respond to that?
Hey, the Perceptor, I've called on you like 5 times, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I couldn't hear you, man, because I'm outside in Long Beach. Sorry about that, brother.
All right, listen. Do me a favor. You could definitely respond, but you and definitely Doug Bully, please cash in your pink tickets. The mic is yours. I got to protest with my pink ticket, JB, because I've been getting treated real fucked up on this stage by mods. I don't know who's doing it, but I got to protest with this pink ticket. If you want to kick me out, I'm cool with it, but I ain't turning this ticket until I get better. First off, I'm not going to kick you because you won't cash in your pink ticket. But let's keep it real. You gaslight sometimes, and I don't touch you. If you say what you got to say, man. But I don't have to agree with you. But I'll leave it with respect with you. But let the Perceptor answer, and then I'll come back to you, Doug. Please, thank you, the Perceptor.
Thank you, JB. I was actually going to answer the title of the room, but for the sake of the brother's remark about people with cartoons, so. The reason why I had a cartoon, some of you may know me. I go by the name, my real name is Fleming Burrell. I went by my real name. You know what happened? Whatever room that I was in, apparently I don't even know the term doxing until someone had to explain it to me. The phone number that I used was actually my work number because I'm always on call. And so most of the time when I'm on Clubhouse, I don't use my personal cell phone. I use my work phone because we change work phones all the time. So I feel like, well, it's a lot safer. You know what I got? I got random calls thinking that some of my clients are calling me or my supervisor. People texting me throughout the night, heart emojis and whatnot. And I'm like, I don't give my number out. So I had to explain it to a buddy of mine. He's like, oh, dude, you got doxed, man. And I'm like, what is that? Like, was somebody somehow was able to pull up your cell phone number? I don't know how that's possible when I don't put my number out there. So it's the first time I've used it. So now I'm very much cautious, which is why I used to have my real picture up there. Now I have a picture of Bart Simpson. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of crazy people on here, man. And so I don't know who's who. I don't know who has good intentions. For God's sakes, I'm a scientist as well. There's a lot of people that spread misinformation. There's a lot of people that have threatened scientists.
Hey, Perceptor, hold on one second, because I want to piggyback off what you just said. And this is serious. And by the way, if there's no replays on here, only because Pepe's gonna replay it in his room. So if you want to hear what I had to say tonight, just go to Pepe's room. But I want to say something very seriously that I haven't told anybody, but I'm gonna bring it up because it's real. This past week, my ex-wife got a call from somebody from this app. How they got this woman's number, I have no idea. She had to change her number. There's no bullshit. She had to change her number. That's my ex-wife, but we're still good friends. She laughed about it, but that made me nervous.
Dude, that's fucked up, man.
Why are you bringing my family into this? I don't give a fuck what you think about me, how you hate me, but to get my family into this, rest assured, if it happens one more time, the police will be getting involved. Sorry, the Perceptor. Please fit.
No, JB, I'm glad you validated what I'm saying. So to answer to what Doug was saying, that's why I changed everything. Obviously, people that know me know my voice, so they're able to discern who's talking. Obviously, based on my profile, people know, and that's why I have a picture of Bart Simpson teaching a class talking about SARS-CoV-2. So that's why I have that.
A Perceptor. So, yo, man, I get it, homie, because when I first started on this app, my real name, there's only 2 people on this app that from day one that know my real name, know my businesses, that know my shit. Matter of fact, 3, right? And nobody else knows that shit. So these people I know are trusted. Anybody else that, if my name would have, those are the only 3 people that could have done it, right? Yeah. Because I protect my shit, right? But I know they're not doing that because we don't have that rapport. Like we look at all the goofy shit that goes on in this app. We know who all the goofy mods are. We know who all the sensitive people are. We know all the people who gaslight. We know all of who everybody. We've been on this app from day one when you had to be invited to this app, right? And I'm on my 31st account, 31 accounts because I've been getting clipped by groups on this app because I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna always say what I need to say no matter what anybody says. And I ain't been clipped in a year.
So that clipping shit, that shit has even died out. It just transformed into some egregious shit.
Well, Doug, respectfully, if you keep spewing the anti-Semitism that you like to spew, you're gonna get clipped again. I can tell you that.
Do you see what you just did?
I said the truth.
Do you realize
Now,
what you just did?
I know what
now,
I did.
if I call out what you just did, you're gonna get mad.
I'm not gonna get mad. I'm gonna keep it real.
I'm gonna keep it real too. I'm gonna keep it real too.
Why
would you bring up me and saying some shit that's saying anti-Semitism when that's not what this conversation is about? Why would you do that?
Because you're sitting there like you've been victimized today at 31 accounts. This is my victim account.
Nobody said I was victim.
See, that's the problem with you. You like to center the conversation around you. What I said about you was 100% true. So, but I don't know why you would bring them back up if I just moved them down.
Because you're a liar, and they want me to call you out for being a liar.
Okay, I'm a liar. So stick around a little longer until you start spewing your anti-Semitism. You act like this is my first rodeo with you. Hold on, Time Out. Let me just finish this. It's not my first rodeo with you. I've engaged with you many times, and you've spewed many anti-Semitic things. Sorry, Time Out. Then I want to say hello to Serendipity.
Yeah, sure. So you said that they're definitely going to have verification of who's on the app. When is that going to take place?
From what I've read in the terms of service, it's supposed to start the beginning of the new year.
Yeah, so for obvious reasons, I understand what people are fear about doxing. I understand that. However, people's behavior is going to change when they know that they're who they really are. People, or they find out the hard way.
It's already discoverable, though. I mean, there's an ability to discover every one of these accounts, what it's connected to.
It's called the subpoena.
No.
Wait, hold on a second, everybody. Please hold on 1 second. Immediately, because he says about sensitive men on set, and then since I moved him down, he said, JB is an evil Jew. Wow. Yeah. Tell me you're not anti-Semitic without telling me you're anti-Semitic. But hold on. I have to say hello to Serendipity, everybody. Serendipity, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Honestly, I hope Clubhouse if Clubhouse is verifying identities, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use your identity on the app. I don't think that they can really change the algorithm at this point, but hopefully requiring verification of identity will keep people, like once they're clipped, from being able to make new accounts because they'll have to re-verify. And if they use like a driver's license or something, that would stop people from being able to recreate accounts. So that might be a good thing.
But hold on, Jordan, hold on. I'll come to you next. After just something in the chat. Dark Mode said, everyone has an IP address, including Abby. Dark Mode, I don't know, bro. Kind of seems like a threat to me. I don't know why this woman triggers you. Is it because she's white and she's intelligent? I don't know. But we're not playing that shit in here. Take it on the hop. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I use my real name. The irony is that when you use your real name, I even have my own goddamn phone number in my profile. Nobody called me. People don't even believe you when you put your real information in. I mean, this is the nature of the world we live in, right? I had the same problem on a dating site, for God's sakes. I put my real name on the dating site, and people told me they had trouble finding out who I was. I said my real name is right in my profile. You can Google me. So we live in a nutty world. And so this is something Roger and I had talked about because he was very discreet and careful about what he put out there. I, on the other hand, basically put my social security number in my profile, and nobody bothered me. It's just a very crazy, and I didn't do it knowing, I didn't understand that would become, I didn't have that expectation. But my thing is, it's really hard. People assume you're being gaslit all the time when you might actually be very candid and transparent. So that's all.
So John, I joined Clubhouse by invite the end of 2019. It was right before 2020, and I've never changed my phone. I changed my profile picture once, maybe twice. And it's never been a problem at all. I've connected my socials. Maybe I've had one or two people DM me some foul stuff, but I've never had any of that problem because I just don't get into that deep drama. And I think that when they are verified, people will think more about what they say, how they are behaving with each other.
Sorry, Mark, man. You're the last year. Ain't nobody fucking with you. Stop.
I'm just saying. That
I agree with you.
I've had, I had this injury for many years, and it made me homebound. So I use the app as a way to learn some things and also think about behavior. And I've grown out of being on the app. I stayed away from rooms. People go into rooms a lot that trigger them, and they get into a whole kind of mess. I don't go into those rooms. If I do go in those rooms, it's more for entertainment than it is for interaction.
I had a question for you. Well, so Tomic's the opposite of this, but to the Perceptor, I had a question, and I guess Thaga to some extent. Do you go on other social media? Are you on Facebook as you? And do you engage on Facebook as you? Is this the only one that you feel, are you on Instagram as you? And I don't need to find you. I'm just curious if you're comfortable in social media as yourself, and it's this app that you're not.
Was that question B?
Yeah, that was
I'm
for
sorry.
you.
I do have Facebook, and I only connect with people I've worked with. I'm rarely on there. I'm really rarely on there now because I just started my doctoral studies. So, but most of the time I'm really talking to family. I might here and there talk about with people, but that's about it. How I kind of connected to you as far as my situation where I believe I got doxxed was I was in a room where it was very much contentious. And so a week later, that's when I had started getting these random text messages. So I was just I had to put two and two together.
Just curious if it's this app.
Well, Council, let me ask you a question before I go to Braulio. I'm going to come right to you after I go to Abby. Listen, sometimes I have conversations with you, and I don't understand what you're saying because you speak legalese. Can you speak English for me, please? What is exactly doxing, Abby?
Doxing is sharing. Well, it's first of all, it's defined differently in every state. So there are 50 definitions of it, and there's no federal law on it. So there's sort of a generic way to describe it, where it would be the intentional use, and the intent is very important, to take personal and identifying information, and with the intent to harm someone, to publicly disseminate it in order to cause them harm. And I'm just I'm saying this off the top of my head, but again, every state is different. In some states, it's a misdemeanor, criminal. Probably in some states, it's a civil penalty, so you can sue on it. Again, there's no federal law. So there's federal laws with respect to stalking, and there's also state laws with harassing and stalking. But the actual doxing doesn't exist.
Well, let me
I did my best to give it, but your state, I would tell you just Google what your state's definition is. But it as a crime, you'd have to show it had the malicious intent, and with the expectation that the sharing would in fact result in harm. But let me just end with this. And in a civil setting, the person that resulted in, the victim of it would have to show, they'd have to show their damages, what damages it incurred as a result of it. So
let me ask you this follow-up question. Well, I appreciate your best. But let me ask you this follow-up question. I'm going to go to Braulio. He's still there. Okay. Are these social media apps are they responsible, or can they be held liable for doxing?
This big Supreme Court case, right? It was against Twitter. Gotta remember the name of the case. I gotta find it. Bear with me. But no, well, it's not just that. We have, remember, it was Twitter that was sued, I believe, in that case. And we also have federal law that basically immunizes them. I am sorry that I cannot remember what the number is of the law. It's
something 03 or something.
Someone
703 or something. All right.
No,
money, man. That's the law, man.
Hold on. Let me go to Braulio because he's been patiently waiting. Braulio, are you there?
Hey, no problem at all. Is everybody in this room Jewish?
No.
I'm asking because when I joined the room, the conversation has been having so many layers. I'm not Jewish myself. I'm Portuguese. I live in Montreal right now.
But that's okay. Nobody's perfect.
Good one. I'm a full-time photographer, and I'm a very successful professional photographer, and that's thanks to the Jewish community of Montreal. Who have taken me in, even though knowing that I'm not Jewish myself, they've taken me in as their main photographer in their community. And if I can give my family a good life right now, it's because of this community in Montreal. My background, I come from an island in Portugal called Madeira Island, and it's like 99.9% white, conservative, Catholic, and a bit anti-Semitic, and that's the environment that I grew up with, right? And then when I moved to Canada, to Montreal, I was, I don't know how you can quantify being anti-Semitic, but I was a bit anti-Semitic because of the environment that I grew up in, right? That's what you would hear all the time, right? And I come to Montreal and I had this idea, and then I started working at a synagogue. I don't even finish high school in Portugal. I started working at a synagogue as a janitor. I was cleaning toilets and mopping the floor, and I started a photography business. And then I started. My first event ever was a bar mitzvah, and then it just grew from there, and eventually became such a big business that even the New York Times wrote an article calling me Montreal's bar mitzvah king of photography. So I just want to say to you guys, maybe this is off topic. That I have right now a brother-in-law who's Jewish. My nephews are Jewish. My daughter went on the first 3 years of her life. She was in a Maimonin. I don't want to say it wrong. Daycare. It's a Sephardic Jew. Sephardic. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Oh, Montessori.
No, not Montessori.
Emonim?
No, it's called. Oh my God! It's Maimonides.
Maimonides.
Yeah, because it's in French.
It's French.
It's Sephardic. It's Moroccan, like Jewish Moroccan. And even though I baptized my daughter and we go to church, but she would come home singing dreidel songs for Rosh Hashanah and for Purim and for Hanukkah, and we go to my brother-in-law's house every now and then, and we have Shabbat dinners with them. My brother-in-law is Jewish. He's my youngest daughter's godfather. So we basically lied to the priest because I wanted him to be the godfather of my daughter, my Jewish brother-in-law. So now through Maimonides, yes, thank you, Devin. That's exactly what it is, Maimonides on the chat. So I just want to tell you guys, and again, maybe this is a little bit off topic. I just want to say to you guys that I had to take my daughter off of Maimonides because after October 7, somebody in the middle of the night went to her daycare and shot at it. And there was bullet holes in the walls, and which makes no sense. I don't know why you would attack a daycare. So I had to take her off that school. But through my photography, and one of the reasons where I started to stand out is because even though I was brought up Catholic, whenever I go to a church, I don't feel anything. I go because that's my family tradition and my wife's family tradition, and you have to go. Whenever I go to a synagogue, I feel something. right? So I started using what I feel. I feel it when I go to a synagogue. I feel that something is talking to me, right? And I put that through my photography. If you go and you see my work, especially in the bar mitzvah world, you will see what I'm talking about. And to me, there's only one God. I believe that there is a God. I don't believe that there is a Son of God, but I believe that there is a God. I believe that He talks to me through my photography. I think being Portuguese 400 or 500 years ago when the Inquisition started, I am almost sure that my ancestors were forced to convert because of the Inquisition, just because of the way I feel. I feel terrible about the rampant anti-Semitism that it's going rampant on Twitter right now. I have a Twitter account. I don't post anything on Twitter, but I read what's happening, and I think when I grew up and listened to people talk about the Judaism, and now seeing how it is, I think people don't understand. And again, if I'm wrong, correct me. This is from an outsider point of view. Okay, I've seen how successful, how family oriented, how community strong the Jewish communities are, from what I see here in Montreal. And I think that attracts a lot of jealousy. I think strength attracts jealousy. I think success attracts jealousy, right? And I think people don't understand how is it that you are persecuted, you were kicked out of every country throughout history that you tried to establish yourselves in, including mine, Portugal, which was an historical mistake. And wherever you go and you start your roots, you become a successful community. And others don't understand how is that possible, right? And it attracts jealousy and it attracts bad vibes, right? And I, for one, I used to think like that. My God, let me tell you, when I was a janitor making minimum salary, I used to be jealous. I was jealous. I couldn't understand. Like, I hate these people. They're so successful, and I'm cleaning their pee, But then when I started my own business, and these people that I was thinking to myself, I hate them, they were the first ones to start hiring me and giving me opportunity and even teaching me how to run a business. And I became a successful businessman. Thanks to them, I was like, you know what? Holy shit. I get it now. I get it. Family, communion, entrepreneurship, knowledge, understanding, all of that, when it's done by several people together, becomes a strength. And whoever doesn't understand that, for them, it breeds jealousy. Sorry, English is not my main language. It breeds jealousy. So my message to you, all of you, is there's a lot of people who love you. You're not walking alone.
Man, wow. I have to tell you something, man. No bullshit. I loved your entire share. You're welcome in my spaces anytime. I really hope you cash in your ticket and you can see the rooms in the hallway. I wish more people thought and spoke like you. We'll bring unity instead of division. Abby, you wanted to say something?
I'm just so touched by it. Thank you so much for what you said. It's interesting. I just went to Montreal. I hadn't been there since I'm a kid. And so many people said to me, it was really astonishing. I didn't know how much the city relied on the Jewish community there, and it was such a foundation of the building of Montreal. And I didn't know that till I went there. And I mean, I didn't love the bagels, although everyone raves about them, but
wow.
I'm sorry about that.
Wow.
However, but I mean,
but dude, respectfully, she's spoiled. She's from Philly. She has great food.
But I never knew this about Montreal. I knew it was a very, very tight Jewish community, and a lot of Moroccan had gone there. A lot of people that were in the jewelry industry lived there. I mean, just the different trades that were there. But I was amazed how much.
Cohen, Leonard Cohen.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting community. But thank you. That was just so touching. And it's also, there are people that find out Portuguese, definitely Portuguese and some Spanish, that tracking on their names, what their family ancestry is. And often with the Portuguese Jews, they have last names that are trees. So, you can kind of track it that way.
Yeah, I'm going to Portugal in February. Yeah. So right now I'm trying
to... You're from Azores?
I'm from Madeira Island.
Madeira, the Azores, right?
Yeah, not the Azores, Madeira. It's a different set of islands.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm right now trying to... Every year I host a photography workshop in Vegas. And next year I'm trying to put together a bar mitzvah photography workshop in Las Vegas. And I'm finding some resistance from rabbis because they ask me immediately, "Are you Jewish?" And I say, "I'm not."
Hey, Braulio, let me tell you something.
I got your hand.
Let me tell you something real quick. You happen to walk into the right room with the right person who's on my stage and is a mod, because she's the big marketer in Las Vegas. Abby?
Oh.
Braulio, please send me a DM.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you serious?
Just send me a DM separately, and then let me see how I can help you.
You have no idea, because you're Jewish, and I say I am not, sir. But so how are you going to teach?
Who are you speaking to? You have to tell me who you're speaking to. And this one's easy.
Shanowitz.
Shanowitz, yeah. Okay, so we'll go over to the main Chabad who he was.
This is why I believe in God. This
You got the inside scoop, man.
I know him really well, and I know the shul really well. But yeah, that's easy. Just send me contact, and we'll talk off the air. Happy to help.
Well, see, this is why the shul's called community conversation and collaboration. So listen, send her a back channel. Let me just jump in.
What slot machine to play, but I can definitely help you with that. So.
No, I don't play. I don't know how to have it.
Don't play any of them, man.
No,
it's
I don't.
Bad idea.
Every time I go to Vegas, I've never played a single dollar.
Well, you're smart. Keep your money that way. Yeah. But guys, I gotta get going. I don't know if the mods want to keep it open, but I gotta get going. It's almost 12 o'clock here, and I still gotta take care of my puppy. So Abby, I know you're gonna say no, but Abby, you want to keep it open? It's up to you. Abby?
Silence is acquiescence. Hey, what kind of puppy you got?
I got a Shih Tzu. It was an impulse buy, and he's driving me crazy, but I love him. I got divorced, and I got a puppy.
I got an Amstaff. He's about 8 months old. Wild ass motherfucker, man. God.
Anyway, Abby, do you want to keep it open? If not,
I'm gonna scoot too, and see if Dr. Jordan does, but I'm gonna.
Abby, I just sent you a message.
Okay, I'm absolutely happy to help you.
Oh my God, I can't even believe it.
Hey, Braulio, this is how you pay that back. You keep that pink ticket. You keep coming back to my roots.
Absolutely.
Jordan, you gonna keep it open, or you gonna go to sleep?
I mean, I can keep it open for a bit. I'm reading stuff, but yeah, if people want to hang out a bit, I'm happy to keep it open.
All right, do me a favor. When you leave, just close it down. Everybody have a great night. Council, I appreciate you, Braulio, man. I'm glad I got to meet you. Everybody else have a great night. Stay safe.
Hey, this is why modding the room is very tedious.
Sorry, what'd you say?
No, I was saying this is why, being a mod, takes a particular, expertise to keep the room alive. So.
Oh yeah. I don't. Let me mod. We got two. Yeah. Well, Pure can tell you stories. I'm not in the modding mood right now, but I'll keep the room.
All right. Yeah. I got another 20 minutes in me here. I'm in my laboratory.
Wait,
Wait. So we have two doctors in there. Wait, what are you reading on, Dr. Jordan? I think it's my first time coming.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What are you reading on? What are you reading up on?
Oh, I'm just reading up some marketing stuff.
Okay.
What kind of marketing?
Well, podcast content marketing, using podcasts to draw in clients and send my clients to guest stuff.
Yeah, that's what's up. And I mean, that is an avenue. Are you familiar with Brad Lee?
With Brad who?
Brad Lee. Brad L-E-A. His name is Brad L-E-A.
No.
And he had a little stint here on Clubhouse too, and then he just said fucking he has a good long podcast as well. So yeah, bro, just check him out. I think it's called the Brad Lee Podcast. But check it out.
Will do. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Jordan. I try to do marketing once in a while. I don't know. My Instagram's pretty good. But man, it's exhausting, eh? Like having to keep up and do so many different avenues, and it takes some short-term thinking, long-term thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't encourage everybody's trying to build a following and post and constantly. I'm not representing talent. I don't. Some people, if they really love it and they're good at it, that's great. But yeah. I think we're depending on what industry someone is in. If they want to be on a speaking bureau or publish books and stuff, they need to look strong in their field. And just because they have a strong social presence doesn't mean that. So that doesn't mean it can't help. Excuse me. I think there's different ways to really brand and market yourself.
Well, it sounds like that last Portuguese guy got his corner of the market.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
he did. I was thinking, oh God, this kid, not only did he learn business skills from the Jewish community, he learned how to network. He just came right in.
Exactly.
He told his story and he got his game going. So.
Well, when you speak with sincerity like that, people love it. Like, and not just the Jewish community, every community. If you're very sincere and you put out good work, then I mean that's the good thing. But he's in the city, right?
But I knew the second. If you saw, I posted. He's a bar mitzvah photographer before he even said that because I knew immediately. I knew immediately that he was on the bar mitzvah circuit. I mean, whatever. Nothing wrong with it. That's great.
No.
Hey, and what kind of doctor are you into, if you don't mind me asking?
I used to be a zoologist and a veterinary scientist, and then as a science writer, I started representing other subject matter experts, and so that's what I do.
So matter of fact, I'll put a link in the chat. Relating to like a speaking doctor. This is Dr. John Bergman. He's like on the chiropractic side, the holistic side. So I don't know if you're familiar with him, but I'll put the link in the chat. Check it out.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Even more than the Brad Lee, to the extent that y'all are both doctors, because I think Brad Lee is more on the business side, but yeah, Bergman is more on the medical, or not even medical, but just the health wide side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even deal with people may know me by that, but I'm not even in the science side anymore, other than to say that if I work with someone with a science background, I might be more poised to help them because I understand where they're coming from. But what I really love about my field is that I get to meet people in all kinds of fields these days. And not just in the science and health industries.
Hey, that's what's up.
What do you do, Lord? What do you do for? Yeah.
I'm from somewhere in East Africa, and I just manage the books mostly for my family businesses, which is mostly farms, cows.
Okay.
And a bunch of crops. So
Ethiopia or where?
Oh man! Hey, look, we were talking. Look at the title. We were talking about doxing, but Kenya.
Oh, yeah.
Kenya. My heritage.
Kenya. Okay.
Yeah.
My mother went there, I think, about 3 months ago.
That's what's up. Wait. Where did she go? Where was she?
She went
Why didn't you go
safari.
with her?
She went safari.
Oh,
well.
You did not go with her.
Oh man, I don't have the. No, I'm still young. I need to make more money and then I'll go.
Wait, how old are you? You can go mind me asking.
Well, I'm 46, but.
What the fuck?
Yeah. But it literally cost her. Yeah, it literally cost her 10 grand or something to go. So
Oh man, yeah, that's probably with the travel agency that she got.
Yeah.
How long was she there for?
I think 3 weeks.
Okay. That's still.
This is a problem because I have friends who are Tanzanian who have their own. Because I used to be in the wildlife conservation field, so.
Oh yeah.
And Lord could speak to this. It's like the indigenous communities who offer travel, like these luxury companies that cost fortunes and fortunes.
Yeah, they definitely
travel that way, but that's what people see on the internet. So.
No, but it's about how and who you connect with. Because again, being foreigners, and this is a tip for everybody in the room, right? Is who you connect with, right? So if you connect at least with a local that's there first initially, and then you go there, then it might make things a little bit more cheaper. Let's not even say affordable, but it will be cheaper. Because 10 grand for 3 weeks.
She was telling me the exact same. She was telling me the exact same thing. She said if she goes, next time she goes, if she ever gets a chance to go again, she's not gonna go with the group. No.
And look, and funny enough, one of my mom's brothers has a travel agency that's booming. His joint, my uncle's joint is booming. So at the end of the day, it just depends on who you connect with, how you connect with them. In a situation like mine, shit. If you want to go to Kenya or whatever, hey, as long as you can get your if you can get there, housing, accommodations, that can be covered. You know what I'm saying? So that's already slashed out. So it's about the networking that you have before you get there, because they are going to take advantage of the fact that you're American or European.
I think she went Kenya, Tanzania, to this place with the big, where the meteor hit the ground, a large crater or something.
There was a crater. Yeah.
Yeah, national park.
I'm not sure about the one in Tanzania, but yeah, I've been to a bunch of craters in Kenya. I'm from my tribe is actually from the Mount Kenya region.
Okay.
So yeah. But yeah, man, as long as she got to see some lions and elephants and giraffes. So it was a must. Did she feed any giraffes?
Well, I think she did all of it. I mean, it was a once in a lifetime trip for her, for sure.
Say no more.
Yeah, she absolutely loved it.
Go there, bro. Time it for that great migration, where the wildebeest, antelopes. Just time it for that, bro. Because that is one of the most epic experiences of my life.
Okay.
Just observing that shit was crazy. Crocodiles, those are. We I went there on a school trip. The school that I was on, that I was in, we had a school trip, and we went there. We saw that, and they were we saw crocodiles going at the wildebeest. That shit was fucking crazy. But we saw lions. We saw lions standing right there, big ass fucking lions. Not the ones you see at the zoo. I think the ones you see at the zoo are slightly smaller. Big ass.
I imagine so, Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So yeah, just time it for the great migration, etc., etc. But that's what's up. Hey, but you said you were in the lab. What kind of lab?
Oh yeah, no, I make perfumes.
Oh shit, okay, that's what's up. Yeah. Hey, there's a movie about that. What movie was that? There's a movie
the
about
perfumer,
the one that he didn't really have a sense of smell, but he could make those concoctions or some shit.
Wow. Yeah, he couldn't really talk, but he had an amazing sense of smell. It was a perfumer,
But yeah, that's what's up, man. Hey, that's what's up. I actually want to. I want to get into colognes and perfumes, man. You better have some food. You need to order some food from Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah. Well, what I recommend is if you ever get into, the perfume line, what you want to do is you need the story. It's more important than anything. So the story.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, so like the all natural organic thing, and then like you can say, like, I don't know, exotic shea butters from Africa made by these women by hand, and and then you got to take all, like what I would do even before blending the perfumes would be like take photos of artisans and people making stuff with their hands, and
like the process. The
process.
The raw material process for how the ingredients have been, I guess, procured. Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, and cultural symbols like people even making like traditional clothing and all these things. You get like a shit ton of media, process narrative, visual narratives, and you keep all that together, and and then you can make whatever body jellies or shampoos, whatnot.
Exactly.
And then as long as you have the story and you have the packaging, then that's the way to sell. You got.
Man, that's good. Yeah. There's a store that I went to. What was it called? I don't remember what it was called. What was this shit? It was one of these malls where they actually, like, you can customize your own cologne or perfume. So like they're over there, like you go around, like they had like I guess an exhibit of other people's concoctions one way or another. And it was and then you could do your own. You could create your own mixture of the perfume. So that's what's up, man. That shit, man. I can't wait to see. Wait, do you intend on putting out your own line or?
No, I have my own brand.
Okay.
Yeah. I've had it for like 7 years now. And, all handmade. I do use real oud.
Do you have any? Do you have any tobacco? Infusions. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna tap in, bro.
Yeah. I'll put my site in just a second. I can put it in the chat. Here's my site.
Yeah, man. Cause I'm a Burberry guy. Like for me, I've always loved Burberry. For some reason, I don't know why, but okay.
Yeah, all handmade. But now my big project is that I work together with the geisha. If you know who the geisha are, the Japanese.
Geishas from Japan. Yeah.
So I work with them. I'm the only perfumer. I'm the only one.
Okay, that's gonna be a story to tell. That's gonna be a story. Damn, bro, this shit's $1.70. Holy shit. Okay, all right. I'll fuck with it. I might fuck with it. Cause this is what Burberry Hero is. Like my new favorite fragrance is the Burberry Hero. The one in the brown container. So yeah. And this looks like it's good.
Hey, handsome.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good. Just in the laboratory, just putting together some perfumes, and that's it. I've been so lazy this entire summer. When you work for yourself, sometimes you
where's the fragrance? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Where's the fragrance? Where's some of the fragrance conferences? Are they all over the world, or?
Grass, and then I think the biggest one is in Milan. It's called Essence.
Do you go to there?
No.
I imagine it's expensive to get there.
Yeah, I think like set up a stall or something, like a little. So to advertise my fragrances. It's like 20 grand or something. I'll do it one year, maybe not this year. I'm really not that big. I'm a better artisan than I am a business person. But all my fragrances, they always get like really good reviews, and I'm getting some new packaging in October.
Wait, so what? So here's the thing: is it just perfumes, or do you also have cologne, or do you just
cologne?
Is that an umbrella term for you? Okay, I say no more.
Yeah. Both.
Say no more, because I tease my lady friend about her perfume. I usually call it cologne, and then she gets mad, be like, "No, it's perfume."
Yeah. But anything that smells good, I like it. I like messing around. I make the Arabic perfumes, the Muslim friendly perfumes with no alcohol, so they appreciate that.
Yeah. Wait, so you ever so which one of your perfumes is most similar to Midnight in Dubai?
I'm guessing I haven't smelled Midnight in Dubai, but I have one perfume. It's just simply called Oud, and it's made.
Yeah.
It's made with a specific oud from the Jalali family in the Assam province, which is like the furthest east province of India. Really, really good oud oil. Yeah, it's really smooth and soft and smoky and ambery. So it's a good perfume.
Yeah, and to like your horn a little bit, like I want to create my own like perfume cologne line and use wood from the region where I'm from. Like I was telling you, I'm from the Mount Kenya region, you know, and I want to refine particular woods, you know, and immerse them with, particularly tobacco. I fucking love tobacco. I'm not gonna lie. You gotta have some tobacco in there. But, yeah, and then see where it goes from there. But I think that's something for, you know, once I've established myself a little bit more properly, and then you know I can get into all of that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit. If you're doing the branding, it's just all like I said. It's just all about the story.
Yeah.
You know, so.
How you strike the chords in someone's heart.
Yeah, people buy because people don't need perfumes to live or to survive, and so the reason that they buy is primarily for emotional reasons. So if you can infuse your product with emotional resonance, something special, something handcrafted, something very
story, like you said, with the story of how it originated and why it exists. You see, like for me, my story is gonna be like, hey, this is wood from, you know, my ancestral region where we've been for thousands of years, etc., etc. Funny enough, it taps into the title of the room with culture. You know, if it's a culture, you know, like even when we look at incense, like I don't know how much incense is used in traditional Jewish settings. You know, but yeah, there's those aspects of it.
Well, I'm not Jewish myself. I did study Judaism, but the Jews have been using incense just like everybody else in the Eastern Mediterranean, probably, you know, fucking since the beginning of time. Yeah. But everybody has. Actually, everybody has.
The frankincense and myrrh, you know, you read that, you can see that in the Torah.
Oh yeah, you can, yeah. It's
Oh man, I'm seeing one of your perfumes, one of your joints over here got patchouli, man. Patchouli is actually making sense, man. That's great.
I love patchouli. Yeah. I love patchouli. Patchouli is a beautiful. There's a particular material called patchouli absolute, which is just like, it's gorgeous. Patchouli absolute. It's a different kind of patchouli. I love it.
Man, I'm definitely about to bookmark this website. I might make some purchases in the very near future. Just to get a whiff of it.
Yeah, I'm putting together the
sample
pack section.
I like for mine is cologne, watches, and pens. I fucking love pens, cologne, and watches. You know, that's my tip.
Oh. Well, if you're talking about pens, man, African hardwoods are like what you want for your pens with.
Hey, my brother, the last time my mom was home, my brother sent me a quill with ink, and he told me to write a chapter for a book for both of us. Write a chapter like Lord of the Rings, based on Lord of the Rings, that we can create for ourselves, blah 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 blah, with this and that. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, pens are nice. Pens are.
I mean, they say pens are like a new sword, but in any case, I think I'm calling it a night in here.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, man. Sometimes when the main mod decides to take a hiatus.
Yeah.
The room takes a different turn, and then we have to be the ones doing this shit. Fuck that.
No, but I really like the fact that this room, like, it ended on such a positive note. It's really good.
Now, JB's rooms are cool, man. JB's rooms are cool. He keeps it civil. Like,
he does.
Anything from JB's rooms are most certainly civil. As much as he might have his. I've been kicked a couple times.
He always kicks me. I get kicked out by everybody because I'm.
I've been kicked a couple times, but generally it's a generally civil room, and
he's a good guy.
Can't fault him for that. But I'm blessed, bro. It was a pleasure meeting you all and chatting with y'all. Jordan, check out Jordan. The link, bro. It's Bergman, John Bergman, Dr. John Bergman, DC. And for your podcast, and that might help you with your direction, especially with your expertise. So by all means, because you got a PhD. For you to be a doctor, you got to have a PhD. So yeah, and he's a fellow doctor, and I think he's achieved what you're attempting to get to.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Stay blessed, guys. Stay blessed.
Okay. See you, man.
Okay. Well, Dr. Jordan, call it a night.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, but.
All right, have a good sleep, bro.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye.
you support Palestinians or Israelis, Project?
Well, let me just say this, right? Because that question is problematic for me as an American because I don't know a lot about. For me to pretend like I know a lot about what's going on over there would be a lie. What I do know is people are dying on both sides, and it's a tragedy. And I'd like to know what can be done to. First of all, I think we could agree that Israel's not going to go anywhere. Is that a fair statement?
I can see that. The only issue is when you said people are dying on both sides. How do you see that as to be true?
Well, I think when Israel was attacked in this recent altercation. Israel was attacked. There's no doubt about that, and innocent people died as a result. I think that's true, isn't it? Isn't that true?
You said dying, meaning it's happening as we speak.
I don't want to get into that's fair. Right. My use of the word dying maybe not be correct, but people have died on both sides. Is that more of an accurate statement?
To some extent, yes.
What I'm trying to get at is what can we do to ensure that doesn't happen moving forward? What can be done?
Palestinians need to be given their autonomy. Do you know anything about what happened before October 7th?
I have some knowledge, but why don't you tell me?
Well, it's allowed Amir Bad to be the best person. He really can guide us deep into it. But basically, if you think October 7th was the beginning of all of this, that's not true at all. You do know that land was unfairly annexed by Israel. There were people that were expelled from their land. There were multiple times where there were, even if you look at the founding of the Israeli state, there were Jewish terrorist groups that terrorized the British, who actually had the mandate of Palestine, blew up hotels, blew up railways, they threw so much terrorism at them to force their hand. And all of this over the years, I'm not even sure if you know, the West Bank, which is Palestinian, they have over 700,000 illegal Israeli settlers. Meaning they walk in, they take your house, they take your home. Every single day, if you type in West Bank violence, every single day, since they've stepped foot, the Israelis, illegally, and it's recognized illegally, there's violence every single day. Children are taken for throwing a rock, Palestinian children, thrown into Israeli prisons without due process, where there's evidence of sodomization, there's starvation, there's no due process. They could be sitting there for years before they get any type of representation. Now, when we look inside of Gaza, if you just see the violence that takes place, of the idea of soldiers that walk in, you'll see murder that takes place constantly. There has been a blockade of aid, and there's been an occupation. So what comes and goes out of Israel, out of Palestine, out of Gaza, has been heavily controlled by Israel for decades. I mean, I could go on and on and on. People don't have the autonomy. Imagine West Bank. Imagine this is your home, and there's 920 checkpoints within your own home. You get checked. If you want to just go 10 kilometers from point A to point B, it could take you hours. So there's been a lot of injustices. There's been a lot of murders. There's been so much that's taken place for the last 75 years. And I'm not about violence, but I will have to ask you, if you are being slapped over and over and over and over again, your home's being taken, your families are being killed, you are just treated egregiously. You don't have any autonomy to even have your own economic zone to build, to develop, to do anything. Your only airport was bombed. You're essentially an open air prison. You can't leave, you can't move without the permission of Israel. At some point, would you react?
Let me answer that by saying this. And like I said, I don't have any. I don't know enough about what's going on over there to be able to. What you're saying is you paint a very bleak picture. But I will say that when I know Israel is the size of New Jersey, which is a very tiny country,
and they are besieged on all sides by people who don't like them. And so, from an Israeli
And
point of view,
why
like I said,
is that? If it's a natural thing in the region, why it's hated from everybody around it?